Right, councillors, could we stand for the acknowledgement of country? To start the official proceedings, I would like to acknowledge that the City of Greater Bendigo is on both Dja Dja Wurrung and Taungurung country, whose ancestors and their descendants are the traditional owners of this country. We acknowledge that they have been custodians for many centuries and continue to perform age-old ceremonies of celebration, initiation and renewal. We acknowledge their living culture and their unique role in the life of this region. Opening prayer. Most gracious God, grant that having put aside all personal interests and bias, we use the authority entrusted to us to enable us to provide good and fair government for the citizens of Greater Bendigo. Amen. Please be seated. Councillors, to start the meeting, I'd just like to read a short statement. Unfortunately, the Greater Bendigo City Council was not able to conduct the business on the council agenda at its meeting on the 16th of September. This was due to the behaviour of some people in the public gallery. As a result, and in the interests of the council being able to make decisions on matters that are before the council, we have taken steps to separate the public gallery from the councillors and staff, while at the same time allowing the general public to be able to see and hear the council meeting in real time. The meeting will be conducted in accordance with Local Law Number 8. We have determined to allow public questions by written questions only, received by council prior to midday today. These questions will be read and responded to at this meeting. With regard to the conduct of the meeting, I need to advise that this is a meeting of the Greater Bendigo City Council. For the council to be able to conduct its business, I ask that the public gallery respect that this is a council meeting, and as such no person is to be disruptive or unruly during the meeting. If any person or persons are disruptive or unruly, I hereby authorise and instruct any member of Victoria Police to warn such persons of unacceptable behaviour. Failure to comply with the warning may result in the removal of such persons from the Bendigo Town Hall. This applies under the local law in accordance with the Summary Offences Act. People can also be fined under the local law for refusing to leave the Town Hall when asked to do so. I sincerely hope that this action is not required, that people who have come to the meeting to watch and hear the debate and decision-making on matters on the agenda are able to do so, and that all people in the gallery are respectful of each other and of the council. We hope to return to our usual meeting format as soon as possible. Thank you, councillors. Welcome everybody, officers and members of the public gallery, listeners on Phoenix FM. We're also streaming on our council's website tonight for the very first time, and those people who might like to have a look at home or on their iPads, you can just click on at bendigo.vic.gov.au, and on the home page go down to the bottom of the page, and the fourth icon, click on the square white icon with the grey arrow next to the bird to access YouTube, and that's at the bottom of the page if people would like to have a look at it. Now, apologies. We have one apology, councillors. Councillor Chapman is an apology. Could I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Fife, seconded by Councillor Leach. Those in favour, those against, item carried. Could I have a motion of suspension of standing orders to deal with public question time?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll move that standing orders be suspended to allow the conduct of public question time.
Moved Councillor Fife, seconded by Councillor Warragota. Those in favour, Those against, item carried. If I could ask Mr Davies to summarise the guidelines behind question time tonight.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Tonight we are dealing with questions that had been received in writing before 12 noon today, and I will read out the questions for a response. There will be no questions from the floor tonight, considering our meeting arrangements.
Right, Mr Davies, if you could read the first question. It relates to the Kangaroo Flat Aquatic Centre.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This first question is from Lloyd Nuttall, and his question is, will the Mayor and councillors honour their commitment made to the Kangaroo Flat Community Leisure Centre Committee representatives on Wednesday the 9th of September that details will be forthcoming without delay and council officers who refuse to provide these will be reprimanded? The detail was, we were assured by the Mayor and councillors that a written response would be given within a fortnight. Also, details of all the soil tests and footing design of the aquatic centre would be made available. Council officers refused to supply these when requested.
And that's from Lloyd Nuttall?
Lloyd Nuttall.
162A Queen Street, Bendigo. And Council's response is, the information requested was sent to Mr Don McKinnon, Chairman of the Save the Kangaroo Flat Leisure Centre Group, on the 12th of October 2015. So only 2 days ago, but it has been forwarded. Thank you. Mr Davies. Question 2, the subject is the lodgement of questions prior to council meetings.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This question is from David Gleeson. The question is, how does the Mayor intend to address public concerns related to the Mayor's decision-making process when questions by the public are meant to be lodged prior to the said council meeting? The background to this question is Bendigo Mayor Cox has already made it clear to residents of the Bendigo Shire that adverse public opinion only serves to motivate the implementation of such decisions he's made. We, the people, want a full inquiry into the Mayor's reasons for such decision and naturally require the Mayor to be informed.
The Council's response and my response, the Mayor does not make decisions in response to public questions, but responds on behalf of the Council. The Mayor has no decision-making powers. All Council decisions are made by a majority vote of the Council. Questions are being lodged prior to the meeting for security reasons. However, residents can ask questions by letter, email or by telephone at any time and expect a response. Question 3, the subject is the Discovery Centre lease extension.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This question is from Simon Wooldridge. The question is, why has the Council tabled only a 1-year extension to the Discovery Centre lease? The background to the question is, a 1-year lease will not support the Committee of Management, secure new sponsors and a viable future. The extension needs to be at least 3 years to provide some degree of certainty to future sponsors. A 1-year suggested extension would send a clear message from Council to the people of Bendigo.
Of course, Council hasn't made a decision and it's on the agenda tonight, so it'll be part of the debate, and I encourage Simon to listen to the debate tonight. The existing lease for the Discovery Centre does not expire until October 2016, next year. It is appreciated this is not as clear in the report as it could have been and has caused Mr Waldridge to deduce that a one-year extension is being recommended. This is not the case. Rather, the report simply proposes that future lease arrangements be considered at the same time Council contemplates any future financial commitments to the Discovery Centre. It is intended that this would occur during the development of the 2016-17 budget. Question 4, we have a question in relation to the Safe Haven enterprise visas.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This question is from Helen Musk. The question is, how will the Safe Haven Enterprise Visa program benefit Bendigo? And the background is, we want to hear some positive information regarding multiculturalism in Bendigo.
And my response, if the city were to receive any refugees through the Safe Haven Enterprise Visa program, the potential benefits could include economic development. Many refugees are skilled and well qualified, even if their qualifications are not acknowledged in Australia. Though there may be initial challenges, refugees have earned a reputation to be hard workers. Bendigo has a number of workplaces that have reaped benefits from employing refugees, and though they have faced a number of challenges, they are committed to providing an opportunity for refugees. Economic benefits of refugees have been well researched and documented, and some examples. A recent study by the Deloitte Access Economics in the rural Victorian town of Nil showed that the resettlement of 160 Karen refugees into the town has contributed more than $40 million in net present value terms. And secondly, migrants have an enormous contribution to Australia's economy and provide an estimated fiscal benefit of over $10 billion in their first 10 years of settlement. And that's a quote from the Department of Immigration and Citizenship, Trends in Migration, Australia 2010-2011. I guess the second reason is about innovation and new ideas. Refugees contribute to the diversity of the city. Where diversity relates to cultural diversity, gender, age, research shows that diversity is a strength because people have different experiences and think in different ways. It is this diversity of thoughts, opinions, views that result in innovation. And I guess third, they add rural community vibrancy. Cultural diversity results in different foods, languages, events, celebrations. The whole community can benefit from this richness in experience. And fourthly, empathy. We have the capacity to help and provide opportunities for refugees, and in doing so, we are adhering to our obligations under the Victorian Human Rights and Responsibilities Act. This is an opportunity to show that we are welcoming, compassionate and a helping community. Question 5. The subject, public question time, planning environment amendment, recognising objectors bill. Thank you, Mr Davies.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This question is from Colin Burns. The question is, will the objectors to the demolition of the Kangaroo Flat Leisure Centre, almost 680 in one petition and more than 3,000 in another petition, together with the social and community effects that have been ignored by the Council, now be heard and given greater consideration, or will these objectors have to seek legal recourse?
So the Council response includes the demolition of the Kangaroo Flat Leisure Centre does not require a planning permit. A planning permit was was required and has been issued for the use and development of an aquatic leisure centre, removal of native vegetation and reduction in car parking. Only 5 formal objections were received to the application for the use, development, removal of native vegetation and reduction of car parking. The demolition of the Kangaroo Flat Leisure Centre did not form part of this application. The petitions against the demolition of the Kangaroo Flat Leisure Centre were received after the planning permit was issued. The new Planning and Environment Amendment recognising objectors bill was passed after the planning permit was issued and is not retrospective. Objectors are able to seek legal advice at any time. And the final question is on the removal of protest signs. Mr Davies, could you...
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This question is from Troy Clark. The question is, I'd like to know who is paying for the removal of the protest signs from the Bendigo Action Coalition and UPF that were plastered all over our town. Will the perpetrators be billed for the clean-up? Will they be fined for putting them there?
And Council's response is the city and ultimately the community will all pay the cost of this vandalism, as unfortunately without the evidence of who the individual perpetrators are, we are unable to legally impose any fines. Councillors, members of the public, that concludes public question time. Could I have a motion to resume standing orders? Moved by Councillor Warragota, seconded by Councillor Lyons. Those in favour, those against, item carried. Now, at each council meeting, we have one councillor give a brief report on activities over previous weeks leading up to the council meeting. All other councillors and the CEO provide a report at the end of this meeting. So it's Councillor Helen Leach's turn to give a brief report. Thank you, Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It has been a long time since the last meeting, so I think you'll have to bear with me a little. I have actually probably doubled then. Last Sunday I went to the launch of the L'Arche community, and this is a house of welcome. This French for the Ark, a place of refuge. It was founded in 1969 when a gentleman offered 3 men with an intellectual disability at a local institution to come and live with him in a spirit of friendship and equality. So the L'Arche community is a faith-based community based on the establishment of mutual relationships between people with and without an intellectual disability, and it extends from providing friendship networks to supporting people to live in their own home and community living where people with and without an intellectual disability come together in a L'Arche house, a place they call home. It was a lovely afternoon, very emotional, and I encourage everybody to make their business to go and visit them up in Grandview Crescent. Well worth visiting that place. Also, I met with some Save Lake Eppalock representatives and businesses and stakeholders, depending on Lake Eppalock. Attended a stakeholder forum at Deppy, and sort of with the Minister for Water, Lisa Neville. As an Eppalock Ward Councillor, I felt that the multi-million-dollar industry around recreational use of the lake was in dire need of and deserved Council's advocacy and support, and I still do. I was urged to request Council to take action to advocate for and represent their interests to Council, Golden Murray Water and the State Government. Perhaps it's time to go further. A $68 million industry, together with 342 jobs, requires a determined approach.
So, Councillor Leach will have an opportunity. It's on the agenda tonight.
Thank you. Now, I've spoken to many residents, as you can imagine, over the last few weeks on matters as diverse as planning issues, the Kangaroo Flat Leisure Centre, green waste and footpaths. So, yes, we've had 2 epilogue ward meetings, workshop on citizens, juries and panels, attended the labour market update here. That was very interesting to learn about our employment and unemployment figures and projects here. I launched Seniors Week at Bendigo, in Bendigo, at the Capitol on behalf of the Mayor. That was a lovely afternoon. Since the last Ordinary Council meeting, it's been quite some time, so I would like to congratulate the hotellers at Bendigo on winning the Hawkeye contract and thank the Defence Minister. And that is probably enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leach. We move to page 8, declarations of conflicts of interest. I need to raise one, councillors, 6.4 on page 302. It's in regard to a mediation that I was involved in. As it involves me, I obviously have an interest. At that point of the meeting, I'll hand the chairmanship of the meeting over to Councillor Lyons and leave the room. Are there any other conflicts of interest that need to be noted? Thank you. Page 9, confirmation of minutes. Could I have a motion to receive the minutes? Moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Fife. Those in favour? Those against? Item carried. We move to page 10, petitions and joint letters. Petition requests the City of Greater Bendigo to rethink organic waste options. And there's a recommendation on page 12. Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move a motion that has a slightly different little bit in number 2. That Greater Bendigo City Council endorses 1, that the curbside organics trial will collect information on the number of households that manage all organic waste effectively and would therefore have no need of a curbside organics service. 2, that information from the trial and research results available from other councils will be used to develop an appropriate exemption process for households who can show they are managing their organic waste in an effective and appropriate manner. And 3, to inform the submitter of the petition of Council's resolution.
Right, moved by Councillor Leach. Is there a seconder for that motion? There's no seconder, so it lapses as a motion. Councillor Campbell.
To move the recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Right, so the recommendation is written on page 12. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Councillor Lyons, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you for those on the air. But basically, paraphrasing it, Council endorses the curbside organics trial and we'll get the information and numbers from the households that manage all organic waste effectively and would therefore have no need for curbside organic service. 2, that information from the trial will be used to develop the appropriate exemption process for households that already manage their organics. And finally, inform the submitter accordingly, if I can speak to that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lyons. Any further discussion, councillors? No. Councillor Leach.
Mr Mayor, we're debating this point, this
That's
motion,
right? We are.
Okay. Well,
Mover and seconder.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is the mover not speaking?
He has spoken.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Well, I'll add my support to this petition. I could say that we could have managed the public engagement and consultation process a bit better from the start. That is, gone out to the public with the problem, and the public, I'm sure, would have provided solutions. Perhaps we could have even tendered out the green waste collection. As I said, we should encourage small business and we should encourage residents to find their own solutions to problems and not turn to government to supply the answers. This makes for self-reliance and small government. All levels of government want private enterprise and citizens to be less dependent on government, including local government. And here we are completely taking over what can be a satisfactory outcome for waste management and a win-win for business, employment and ratepayers. Most importantly, gives choice about methods of organic waste disposal. With education and encouragement, I think the vast majority of our residents will understand the need to greatly reduce landfill, in particular green waste. Now, I think that we could have been a bit more honest with the participants that are in the trial areas. As I said, it was compulsory to have the green organics bin. There was no talk of applying for an exemption from the service. This trial has been set up with a predetermined outcome in mind, that is, fortnightly waste, green and recyclable collection. A proper trial...
Councillor Leach, just excuse me for a moment. I'm not too sure whether you're understanding the motion. You seem to be supporting the motion and you're voting against it. So I refer to item 2, that information from the trial will be used to develop an appropriate exemption process for households. Are you understanding that's what the motion is saying?
Yes.
Yes, good. Continue, please.
I think I was just making a point that we could have done it better. On the second point, that information from the trial, I would like to also just talk about the information about this that other councils have done. They've had a green organic service, but I think that we need to think about the exemptions that they have in place. For example, other councils allow people to have units or houses on blocks less than 400 square metres to be excluded. Because during their trials, this is the feedback that they got, that smaller blocks produce little or no green waste, and how much food do you really think older people put out in their bins? So I guess I'm saying that, look, we can really learn from the other trials that other people have had. They've had them in Meander Valley in Tasmania, the Chifley trial, Cooma, Monaro, Berrydale, Broken Hill, Lismore, Christchurch, all over the place. And they've all seemed to find that kitchen waste is a very, very small percentage of the green waste. So my next point is Greenaway is an expanding business and can expand a lot more, employing people and costing the city nothing. They have, as I previously said, a negligible contamination rate, and they've been diverting organics in the form of green waste for 6.5 years. I believe Greenaway can continue to offer Bendigo residents a viable alternative. Epsom Environmental Services also has the capacity to increase their composting, at least more than double their present capacity, to the 100 tonne a month maximum, before an EPA licence is required. People like choice. I think that the conditions for exemption from council scheme are too...
Councillor Leach, to require an extension of time.
Yes.
Is there a mover for an extension of time? Moved by Councillor Fife, seconded by Councillor Raffel. Those in favour? Those against? No, we have a clearer indication, councillors. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? Item carried. Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Anyway, I would suggest that residents just have to show how they are managing their green organic waste. Let's treat the community with respect. Why don't we offer smaller 80-litre bins? Let's see what works best for them. I did have a couple of questions. What will be the cost to the ratepayer of the extra bin? And is the exemption option confirmed? So do we need to ask these questions now?
Well, not at this point, because they don't relate to the motion tonight.
Oh, well.
So we're not talking about the whole organic collection.
I understand that. Right. I understand it's only a trial. that it's collecting information. So what I did want to know was, will the existing Greenaway customers, believing that trial area participation was compulsory, they may go back to Greenaway at the end of the trial, will they be counted as City of Greater Bendigo customers or Greenaway customers? I think that's relevant to the point.
Yep. Well, from the Chair, Councillor Leach, we don't know that, because once we get the results of the trial, the report will indicate what direction we'll be taking. We don't know that. It'll be preempting the trial.
Okay, thank you. There has to be provision for Council and Greenaway to respectfully work together. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leach. Any other speakers? Councillor Campbell, do you want to sum up?
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Well, the important thing here is, I believe, is that this is a trial, and when we get all that information, as has been said, we'll be in a better position to form just what way forward we're going to take into account all the reflections that we've got from the people. That's the whole intention of this trial. Now, to get out there and try and preempt, prejudge, is not wise in my view, with respect. I think we wait until the trial's over, we look at all the gathered facts, and then we analyse that in the interest of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Item carried unanimously. We move to page 13, 1.2, response to petition, keep the Discovery Science and Technology Centre open. There's a recommendation on page 18. Is there a mover? Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Fife. Councillor Campbell.
Well, I won't go into all the details because we're on a timeline this evening, but just briefly, there has been a reinvention at the Discovery Centre, and the new board is very fervent about pushing forward with new innovation, new ideas, and getting partnerships together. And that's what this is all about, and I respect that. They've got 3 significant steps that they've implemented there, that they were implementing, and they're listed here. I won't go into details.
Excuse me, Councillor Campbell, just clarify, we've got 2 motions on the one page.
Sorry.
So there's a recommendation from the officers, and councillors have asked for an alternative motion.
Oh, sorry.
You didn't indicate which motion.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going with
Page
the alternative.
18.
I was going with the alternative motion. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So the new board is pushing forward, and they're keen to get partnerships together with the council and others to make sure that they can meet the expectations of our community. And our community has clearly indicated that it wants this facility to keep going into the future. Now, the question's been asked of us, are we prepared to put 50,000 instead of 40? What are we prepared to do? The report sums up that we have committed $40,000, and that's a severe commitment. We are doing maintenance on the facility. That's worth $10,000 a year. The lease of the property itself is worth a lot of money if it was to be leased to other people, so we're contributing there. And so our council is very mindful of the wishes, but we also want to see the smooth progress. We are here as custodians of the wider community, and we need to be sure that all of the works are being done properly, and that we can properly support this and look everyone in the eye and know that it's going forward on a solid basis. So hence the recommendation, Mr Mayor, and I think it's an appropriate one. It means that we'll be approving the allocation of 40,000 in our 2015-16 budget, and that's a good thing. We're continuing with the maintenance, we're helping with the insurance, we're doing all those other things in the meantime. And the recommendation, point number 4, is that we advise the Bendigo Science and Technology Museum, Inc., that the extension of the lease beyond 2016 will be provided for another 3 years so long as the Committee of Management can demonstrate to that the museum is being handled financially viable. So I think that's a fair and reasonable request. I think that's what our ratepayers would want. They wanted to see it go forward, Mr Mayor, but they want to see it be sustainable into the future, and that's what the motion's all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Fife.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'll just briefly want to talk about item 4 as well, and it came up as part of, as part of the petitions, and that is that if they can go to sponsors and say, look, council is quite prepared to go for 3 years if you are prepared to help us along the way. And I think that's fair and just, and it allows them the opportunity to have some degree of certainty that we will, if they can demonstrate to us that the finances are there in place for it to go forward. It is a great facility for our community. It really is, and lots of young people, children in particular, have had many hours of not only happiness and enlightenment, but also education. And I think we need to make sure that something as unique as this can stay in our community. What I also like about this proposal, Mr Mayor, is the fact that if sponsors get on board, they do have some degree of surety as well too, that council is quite prepared to examine everything thoroughly, quite prepared to say, yes, we approve of the financial model, and quite prepared to say we are backing it, just as Councillor Campbell said, not only now with in-kind and a whole host of other expenses, but also that we are determined to try and make its future much more sustainable as well too.
Thanks, Councillor. Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers? And I remind councillors to not repeat items that have already been stated.
So thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to congratulate the committee. I think they've done a great job in terms of securing the future of this, the community who have got behind them, and in particular your own work in supporting them.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to say, firstly, well done to the petitioners. Great to see children actively participating in saving the Discovery Centre, and as they obviously appreciate. And I certainly acknowledge the tremendous effort of the new Committee of Management of the Bendigo Science and Technical Museum in response to the decision of the Trust to withdraw from the operation of the museum. So I agree with what's already been said down there. I don't think it's necessary to include in this report, though, potential opportunity costs in lost rental income for the building. In fact, I think it's quite rude. Is children's education and encouragement in the sciences of so little importance compared to the multi-million spent each year on other areas? I do admit to being somewhat surprised at the amount of support that Discovery Centre gathered when threatened with closure. So the public campaign has proved a sincere effort on the part of this council is necessary. It's a pity the same financial considerations are not applied universally. I do believe the new business model will be sustainable and successful in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leach. Councillor Lyons.
Briefly, Mr Mayor, I'd just like to support the motion. I think it's great that we give the new board every opportunity to be successful. It's pretty valued, the Discovery Centre. I don't think we realise its value until this public campaign by the people, and people are outraged that it might close, so I'm quite supportive.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Councillor Campbell, do you want to sum
No,
up?
thank you, Mr Mayor.
That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Motion carried. Move to page 19. Response to petition, Kangaroo Flat, Browning Street Leisure Centre, building Greater Bendigo Aquatic and Wellbeing Centre. There's a recommendation on page 37. Councillor Lyons.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the recommendation that the Greater Bendigo City Council resolve to reaffirm previous resolutions authorising the decommissioning and removal of the existing leisure centre building on the Browning Street Reserve to make way for the long-planned Greater Bendigo Indoor Aquatic and Wellbeing Centre.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Warrigoda. Councillor Lyons.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This has been a long drawn-out saga. It's all about the aquatic centre. We're at the pointy end now. The petition seeks the reversal of past council decisions and the planning people permit approval. I don't believe there should be a rescission. I think it should stand as it is. The basis for the reversal is that they believe that the three elements, the new proposed pool, the leisure centre and the much used oval can all fit on the one area. Well, I think it's been proved over and over again that it can't, plus parking, plus roadways and God knows what else. We're building for the future, supported by state and possibly federal money, and it is critical we move on. The new building will accommodate some of the previous uses, but more importantly, it is a fantastic move forward to accommodate young and old for several future generations. So I move this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Burgoda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I think it's been summed up. Virtually, it's done and dusted. We need to just move on and get on with it. So I support you. Thank you.
Right. Speakers against. Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I disagree vehemently with the mover and the seconder. There is no need to demolish the Kangaroo Flat Leisure Centre. Both the aquatic and current leisure centre buildings can be accommodated on the site. The reorientation of the aquatic centre does have merit. As a councillor, I am tired of the way representatives of the Kangaroo Flat Leisure Centre have been treated by the organisation and by this council. In fact, I'm ashamed to be part of this council that has aided and abetted the trampling of the rights of these representatives and many other Kangaroo Flat residents. We have made a decision that ignores the wishes of a majority of Kangaroo Flat residents, but it is not impossible to change that decision. This report continues to ignore their representations. Consultation includes community engagement, and it was not until the decision to demolish the Community Leisure Centre that any form of consultation took place, because people were not aware that it was implied that because the aquatic centre was going in Browning Street, that the leisure centre would naturally be gone, demolished, to make way for it. That only came out much later on. Unfortunately, the issues raised therein have been largely ignored by some councillors and officers. I find it offensive that access to information has been denied or held up even after councils agreed to such access. Contrary to the report, the leisure centre that has been enjoyed by residents and many visitors in Bendigo for many years has a stage, childcare centre, a kindergarten, large dance floor court, a large kitchen for catering, meeting rooms, change rooms, toilets and an office. I'm offended that this is continually referred to as a whole. The centre was well used until council officers were instructed to relocate the 30 user groups. A schedule provided in an earlier report indicated substantial use by these groups. I find it offensive that claims that losses are due to lack of use. These losses were brought about by direct action by council officers. It's also offensive to me that a small and relatively insignificant loss next to major losses in some other areas like the arts is considered noteworthy. The continuing peddling of misinformation must stop. For example, on page 24, the implication that somehow the retention of the leisure centre means there can't be an aquatic centre on the same site. There has not been a genuine analysis of the McKinnon alternative plan. I believe the existing community leisure centre enhances the precinct.
Councillor Leach, do you require further time? Is there a motion to provide further time for Councillor Leach? Extension of time. Councillor Fife, seconded by Councillor Raffel. Those in favour? Those against? Item carried. Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe the existing community leisure centre enhances the precinct and contributes toward meeting the council residential strategy for community hubs. In this way, the Community Leisure Centre would continue to provide the variety of uses that will not be available in the Aquatic Centre. There is no reason why the present leisure centre could not be made contemporary. An example of what we can easily see down the road, the tired old building, the Addy building there in Pall Mall, you wouldn't recognise that being the same building, would you? There's no evidence to support the implication that the leisure centre would not stand for another 40 years. The replacement cost would be in the order of $4 to $5 million. I'm sick of the claims used to denigrate the leisure centre, that its worth is about $200,000. But the claims of additional planning costs and delays of more than $1 million are grossly exaggerated. The surrounds, the oval, the loss is minimal and the need to comply with an AFL junior oval required is untrue. Car parking, claims of an extra 120 car parks being required if the leisure centre is retained is another red herring. There is car parking at Gateway Park, a short distance walk, 129 spaces in the overflow park at the rear of Browning Street, 40 on the western side of the reorientated Aquatic Centre McKinnon alternative plan, if required, and many others within 500 metres. More scaremongering when it suits. The approach to car parking I find just breathtakingly hypocritical when compared to the precedent set up at Roslyn Park for the theatre. 82% of respondents to a survey said they wanted to retain the leisure centre, and we have a petition here of over 3,000 signatures to the same cause. The people have spoken. Are we listening? Let's take another look at the plans. It is possible to change our resolution, we just need the will. The Bendigo Council has rescinded decisions in the past. Golden Square Pool, the Exhibition Centre, in 2004, Council chose Lord's Raceway to begin with. Now it's at the showgrounds. This town hall in the 1970s, wasn't that a great decision? We should go with the will of the majority of residents. We know what that is. Let's do it.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers against the motion? Any further speakers? Councillor Raffel.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I'm a bit disappointed in Councillor Leitch's comments around the table. There is 9 councillors that make decisions, not the staff, and the staff only give us the information so that we can be led to have enough information to make a conscious decision on when we're voting. I'm really upset with the comments that Councillor Leitch has said. I attended, the same as Councillor Campbell, a public meeting at the hall. We listened to the community. I was willing to change our mind in the fact that we wanted to listen to them. We stopped all that. They came into the council forum. We had another opportunity. We looked at all their plans. We gave their plans to our officers to come back with some more reports. I don't know what more you can do. We've listened to both sides of the story. At the end of the day, 9 councillors, and I beg that Councillor Chapman isn't here, but there's 8 councillors here tonight to make a decision for the future of our community. And I, again, am absolutely appalled by the comments that Councillor Leitch has said tonight on this, because I have given my whole soul to listening to them, as I know that quite a lot of you have listened to them. We've brought them to the table, and now it's time to make a decision. And if that's to move on, great. If it's not, great. We need to make a decision and stick to it, and it's for the future. We've got the funding on the table. Let's get on with it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Mayor Cox. Look, I angst over this for a long while myself as a councillor, and I guess I came to the conclusion that this is the right decision. I don't believe it's a majority of people that actually oppose it. I think a majority of people out at Kangaroo Flat and Bendigo support this as a new building and as a new structure. I think the response has been timely and appropriate in terms of the parking and the need for a new planning process if we decide not to demolish, I guess, the current leisure centre. The costs associated with upgrading that leisure centre, along with the relocation of those people already there and the ability of this new centre to provide facilities, I guess, that will be utilised 365 days of the year. I think it's a fantastic outcome for Bendigo. While I had reservations originally, I think I'll put them aside. The debate's been going for 3 or 4 years now. It's not as if it came up yesterday, and I think the staff have done a great job in responding to those concerns, I guess, and those issues put forward by the Pro-Leisure Centre group. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Councillor Campbell.
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. I think most people would be aware of my views on this. And it was, and I'm not going to go over all my opinions and past debate. Some may not have heard it, but I did have a set of views. But at the last council meeting, the council by majority took a vote and came to a decision. Now, subsequently, part of the council met with Mr McKinnon and Mr Nuttall and his architect and discussed various elements. And the issue that it seems not to be able to be resolved is the parking issue. It's this misunderstanding about parking. And the plans that are with us tonight show that the parking just can't be fitted on the site with the oval protected and the leisure centre and the new swimming centre. Can't all be fitted on the one side. And so the board has spoken, so I'm supporting the board.
Right. Thank you, Council. Any further speakers? Councillor Lyons would like to sum up.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Briefly, I think there's a fee been said over this issue for quite a few times. The report tonight that accompanies the recommendation has been compiled from a lot of data that we've been discussing for a long, long time. So, in conclusion, I'd like to urge councillors to vote for this recommendation tonight and to move forward.
Thank you, Councillor. That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Item carried. A division. Right. Councillor Leach has called for a division. Those in favour? Councillor Warragoda, Williams, Campbell, Fife, Raffel, Lyons. Those against? Councillor Leach, Councillor Cox. We move on to page 38. Response to petition, request to provide an additional access road and car parking within the Big Hill Primary School vicinity. There's a recommendation on page 48. Councillor Lyons.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I don't propose to move that recommendation. I'd like to move an alternate recommendation. I'll read it out.
Thank you.
I'd like to, 1, to allocate as part of the 16-17 budget $29,000 to extend the angle parking on McKinnon Street to create an additional 10 parking spaces and seek a further additional 14 from government funding parking spaces for a cost of $61,000. For a cost of $62,000 for the extra 14, at a total cost of $91,000. I'd like to work with the Big Hill Primary School to improve parking signage within the school loop to encourage turnover at the drop-off and pick-up point. I'm not supporting a left-hand turn treatment at McKinnon Street as a viable alternative, noting the negligible time savings to be created and especially Vic Road's lack of support for this treatment due to reduction in sight distance. 4, undertake improvements to Phyllis Street Kangaroo Flat near the Calder Highway to facilitate and encourage more parents to drop off and pick up Big Hill Primary School students at this location. 5, assist Big Hill Primary School and establish a program for the encouragement of active travel as part of the implementation of ITLIS and the Active Travel Healthy Kids Guide. And 6, inform the submitter of the petition of Council's resolution.
So moved by Councillor Lyons. Is there a seconder? Councillor Fife. Councillor Lyons.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Mr Mayor, can I ask a question in relation to the motion?
Yep.
Just by way of, where did you expect the additional $61,000 funds to come from? The state government?
From the state government.
Yeah, good, thank you.
And could we ask a further question, Councillor Lyons? Where would the 29,000 would come straight out of the 16-17 budget?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Lyons.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The reason I'm moving this, I think we've all been on site a couple of times up there at the Big Hill School, and it can be quite chaotic. The school, its situation is it's virtually in isolation. It's got the highway in front of it, some residential around it, but mainly in the bush, and it's quite a distance from anywhere. I support the ITLA strategy, I always have, but in this instance, I think it's adequate parking is required for the site. I believe extra parking will change some of the direction and change some of the directional signage inside the area, plus encouraging parents to let their children ride or walk some of them from Phyllis Street, and that may alleviate the situation. I don't think it'll be the end of it. I think there's probably an outcry for another access route to the school, but at the moment this is probably the best we can do, so I'd encourage you to vote for this.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Fife.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Lyons. Yes, I support this recommendation because it does acknowledge that without state government support, it is just pure straight-out cost shifting to us to repair a situation that's been created by a school being developed where it has. Yes, it is a very popular school. Yes, it will continue to grow, at least in the immediate future. And certainly the school needs to accommodate that, and we need to accommodate a little bit in one sense of providing that car parking. I do think that it is high time that governments of all persuasions need to think more clearly, more thoroughly about making parking available for parents of students and so on like that when it comes to schools in particular, because they are one of the most prevalent public buildings around. And practically all of them in Bendigo, I remember quite a number where we've created the car parking at a fair amount of expense to the community, where the school or the state government at the time knew it would expand. That's what they put them there for. So we do need to make sure that we get this message out and across, and I'd hope that our members for that area, Marie Edwards, sorry. God. No, she was never a member anyway. But Marie Edwards, sorry, will take this up, will run with us, will support us, because it is very important that she does. I think what Councillor Lyons has said is quite true. We do support it. We do want people to drop off at Phyllis Street so that the kids can walk. And let's be honest. Let's be brutally honest that there are plenty of studies around, the latest one being from Denmark a couple of years ago, that said quite clearly that kids going to school with other kids was at least, if not more important than having breakfast. So we do need to make sure we encourage that through and through. And we need to encourage parents to take that seriously on board. We need to do it with the kids. We need to do it with the school community as well. I applaud the principal and deputy principal and the staff at the school. They've done a great job in managing what has happened up there to date, but we do need to provide that little bit of extra car parking so that people can park and that there is a reduction in the number of people just willy-nilly driving around, picking up kids and so on like that. As Councillor Lyons said, complex problem, but we need to make sure that we can get a very good solution, and I think this is a very good step in the right direction.
Thank you, Councillor. Any speakers against the motion? Councillor Campbell? No, sorry. Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Mayor Cox. Look, I'm supportive, but I'm concerned about the priorities that other schools have these issues and about the cost shift, and I guess the other councillors have spoken about that. From my perspective, I would actually like to see this referred to the budget and see what we can do in terms of discussion with the state government around it and in terms of matching those dollars. There are other schools, I guess, other needs in other places, and in terms of priorities, I'm not totally comfortable, I guess, with allocating these funds at this stage. but I acknowledge the need for it and the discussion to happen with the state government. I will leave it at that.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Any other speakers against? Councillor Leach? No. Any further speakers? Councillor Campbell.
Yes, thanks. I'm speaking for the motion. I recognise that it's not our custom to be determining budgetary figures at this stage for next year's budget. But there is something quite different about this case, and that is that there is a safety element for young people. And I think this motion takes us part the way, with the council showing a leading hand to the government saying, look, we're prepared to do a bit. If you'll step in and you'll do a bit, we'll get the thing achieved. We'll achieve that safety. And we've got this ITLIS initiative that we're implementing, and we're prepared to go into Phyllis Street and do some improvements there so that really children can have a good choice to go to school the way they express they want to go to school, with their mates along the footpath. It's already there, it's provided for them, and you know, I'd like to think that we'll be able to achieve quite a bit in that direction too. So on a three-pronged fork, I think we can get this dealt with. In relation to the matters of fire safety and exiting from the school, just briefly addressing their concerns about that. You know, it's no good turning people into the bush and forest. They've got to go out towards the highway. And the issue around the left turn lane, well, that was going to be cost prohibitive with very little to gain. There's only so much access onto that highway. It's got to be safe. Vic Roads wouldn't support that. So I do think that we've got to recognise that there is a code red day. Those children won't be at school on that day. And we really have to focus on these cars. Mostly the problem is the parents, probably. Although I do note that there's some new subdivisions on the high ground, and we can expect some more traffic going past as that new subdivision develops. So they're my thoughts, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, I can understand why this petition came about. Sorry? Oh. Parents are naturally concerned for the safety and well-being of their children. Having been to Big Hill Primary School on a number of occasions, as Councillor Lyon said, one of which was pick-up time, I can see why they want traffic changes, and I would too. In fact, having a school sandwiched between an extremely busy freeway and fire hazardous bush at the back, with one entry-exit, doesn't seem ideal to me. I think Councillor Fife was basically getting to that point, weren't you? That it is the bush is not a good place to put a school. I'm sorry if I misunderstood. Yes. Increased parking, to some degree this will help, but more efficient exiting and emergency, in my opinion, requires a conversation and collaboration between Council, Vic Roads and the Education Department and our local MP. To reduce the speed at this point along Calder, this would allow safer entry and exiting to all the nearby streets the parents use to drop off and pick up children, and also they need safer crossing from the west of the Calder. So yes, encourage active travel to and from school, but in safety. So has the CFA done a recent audit of fire safety near schools, especially Big Hill Primary School? Fires don't always start on code red days, I might add. I'd like to suggest a further amendment that we request talks with the CFA, the Education Department and Vic Roads on the issue.
Are you moving that as an amendment?
I would like to.
Yep. Is there a... Could you read it again, please?
That Council requests talks with the CFA, the Education Department and Vic Roads on this particular issue.
Right. Is there a seconder for the amendment? The amendment lapses for want of a seconder. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lyons, do you want to sum up?
Briefly, Mr Mayor, just on the cost shifting was mentioned, and we do encounter this pretty often because most of the schools in Bendigo have been built in suburban areas that just grow and grow, and we end up contending with the parking, the extra parking. In this case, it's a little country school that's been built in the bush, and it's been such a successful school that it's grown out of all proportion, and it warrants some special attention. So I urge you to vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. I'll put the motion. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? Item carried. Move to page 49. 3 petitions not requiring council resolution. They're on pages 49, 50, 51. So I'll note them for the minutes for information, and we will respond to petitioners in that way. So we move to page 52, Safe Haven Enterprise Visa Program, and there's a recommendation on page 57. Moved by Councillor Fyfe.
Move the recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Williams. Councillor Fyfe.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this is one that really is part and parcel of our responsibility of being a generous and warm-hearted community, and certainly we have. And we look at, I'll get onto it in a few moments, but there are quite a number of organisations that are supporting refugees here already. And indeed, last weekend we had the Catholic Diocese coming out and saying that they are quite prepared to take Syrian and Iraq or Iran. No, one of the others. The refugees coming that have been just negotiated. So this is something completely different. This is something that we need to separate from what was reported. And I draw people's attention to page 53 of our agenda. On December 2014, the Australian Parliament amended the Migration Act. One of the outcomes was the establishment of the Safe Haven Enterprise Visa. These visas are granted to asylum seekers living in Australia who arrived before July 2013. Very, very important. These are not people coming in now. These are people that have been here for the last couple of years, and this is something that I really want to stress, and I hope that the media does their job and make sure that people understand that this is for people who are living here already. And they have already fulfilled the necessary health, identity and security checks. And the report does go on to say that there are approximately 9,600 odd people eligible for this particular visa living in Victoria already. Some will be in regional areas working, but the vast bulk of them will be in Melbourne. And so what we have, Mr Mayor, is that this is a way for them to become play a more significant part in our community by either participating in work or study. So that's what they have to do. There is a whole raft of things that they need to be bona fide about. They need to select the area, they need to have a job to go to or study to go to. They need to be there for at least 3.5 years. So there's a raft of considerations that anyone who wants to use this visa will have to fulfil. What we need to also remember, Mr Mayor, is that the assessments for these Safe Haven Enterprise visas will take place over 3 years. Over 3 years, not tomorrow, not next week, but over 3 years. And so any movement to any regional area will, whether it be us, whether it be Mildura, whether it be Swan Hill, Shepparton, call what you like, will be slow and gradual. And the idea is so that they can help integrate themselves. What we have done is to nominate that we would like to incorporate 2 postcodes in particular, 3550 and 3555, for a variety of very good reasons, I think. They are that those are areas which are urban or substantially urban. They have accommodation. They're close to public transport. They're often close to work commitments if the visa holder can get it, and they also allow them close proximity to study commitments, whether it be at TAFE, whether it be at one of the secondary colleges, or even at the university. And Mr Mayor, I think that we do need to make sure that this is noted in any publicity. We also need to remember too that the Office of Multicultural Affairs and Citizenship is advocating for greater support from the Commonwealth, that's the Victorian Office, so that state decisions can be informed. Not only that, but we can get financial help to help these people lead and become more integrated into our community. We note in the report, Mr Mayor, that there are quite a number of organisations here in Bendigo already helping refugees. These include Rural Australians for Refugees, Bendigo Friends and Mentors, Bendigo Baptist Care, TAFE and so on like that. I guess one of the things that people will want to know is, are we the only one that's nominating? And the answer is no. There are lots of other municipalities who are nominating. And as middle of last month, we have 18 LGAs have opted for all of their postcodes, 2 partially, 5 for an initial period and 2 for a trial. So there is there's about 27 regional and rural municipalities that have opted out already out of around about 38. So it is a number of municipalities are there because they understand...
Councillor Fife, to require an extension of time?
Just a minute or so, yeah.
Yeah, moved by Councillor Lyons, seconded by Councillor Warragada. Those in favour, those against, carried. Councillor Fife.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Look, these municipalities understand that a lot of these people want to work. They are very good workers. We noted that in the petition that was considered earlier on. We also know that these people want to study. They want to become integrated into our community. Many of them are very intelligent and hard-working people, and it would be foolish for us not to do that. I must admit, if I could just talk briefly to number 3 in the recommendation, request a further report to investigate future opportunities to broaden the program to rural areas in the municipality. Very important. I think if we opt for this one for a start, this is a safe option, I think. But I understand that there are opportunities, let's say in Elmore, Gornong, other areas like that, where they could get employment, where they could get housing, and they could study in other areas as well too. So there's a range of options there, but I think first and foremost, 1, we have nothing to fear. 2, we have a very generous spirit. 3, we have a very good network here in Bendigo that has helped the Karen and many other migrants and refugees very, very successfully, and we have a very good reputation for that. So I commend Council to this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and as you did in the opening address, I guess, spoke about the positives, I guess, of cultural diversity in the community, I want to focus on the positives as well. I also note the involvement of some 120 councils to date across Australia, but also the great contribution refugees of all backgrounds and cultures have made not only to our great city, but to the nation as a whole. By declaring these postcards as participating in the scheme, we open up opportunities for these people who are less fortunate and privileged than us. As a wealthy nation, we sometimes forget or pay less attention to issues and people's plight when we are distanced from their circumstances. These people quite often come from an impoverished or persecuted background, and it is our opportunity to both make them feel welcome and safe. We've down through the generations benefited greatly from the learnings and culture these people share with us, and the Chinese, followed by the Italians and Vietnamese, are but a few examples that have led our cultural diverse background. They add value to our society, and it is appropriate that we show compassion, empathy and a welcome to them and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Any speakers against the motion? Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. To enlighten Councillor Fife, the Catholic Education Office, after an inquiry of mine, did mention that that's about the 12,000 Syrian refugees, the different one. 2, well, we don't know how slow or fast this will be, and I don't think we're guaranteed any more support from the Commonwealth, because I think they're already Commonwealth benefits, that sort of thing. I thought it was 18 out of 56 councils so far have opted in, but I could be wrong with that. How do we know that they are hardworking, intelligent? What does Councillor Fife know about them that I don't? Or are you generalising? This could all work okay, but I have a number of serious concerns. First, we haven't consulted with the community. That's already divided, partly because of lack of consultation on issues with serious consequences. There could have been a survey or referendum to gauge community support, without which will it be successful? Secondly, employment, and I think this is my biggest problem, or more aptly, unemployment in the greater city. I did attend the labour market update recently in Bendigo by the Federal Government for Employment Research and Analysis, Mr Ian Neville. Key points from that research and analysis were: 1, higher than state average unemployment in Bendigo; 2, very high unemployment in some localities of the greater city of Bendigo; 3, unemployment growth up 2%, especially long-term unemployment up 0.6 points. A shift to higher skilled occupations, and I don't think that we can necessarily say that we're going to get all higher skilled people. An increase of jobs in these areas, but employment in all other occupations falling significantly. So while it's great news for Tallis and some construction jobs in the airport and maybe now the aquatic centre, I don't see this as translating into prospective employment for visa holders. We simply do not know how many applicants will come to Bendigo, and we do not know how quickly. 3, the City of Greater Bendigo. This council is under no obligation under any charter or declaration to take any and an unlimited numbers of people who may or may not be culturally compatible with the present population. The declaration signed in 2002 was in response to a different circumstance, a refugee crisis, temporary in nature. Our safety must be the priority. Safe haven enterprise visa applicants will be attracted to Bendigo. There are 9.5 roughly thousand people eligible to apply, as this report states. It is expected that Bendigo is an appropriate location for CHEV holders. I suggest option 5, opt out altogether. Or
Councillor Leach, do you require further time? Is there a motion to extend Councillor Leach's time? Moved by Councillor Fife, seconded by Councillor Raffel. Those in favour? Those against? Councillor Leach.
I would have been happy to compromise on option 4, that's a trial for 6 to 12 months, but I wasn't able to put that. But can we opt out once we opt in? So no, I don't believe we do have the necessary infrastructure for an unknown number of CHEV holders, and we should not be concentrating, I don't think, on 2 postcodes. I think, if anything, it would be better to spread it around, because there actually may be some jobs in other postcodes. Lodd and Mallee Housing indicate they have no available supported accommodation now or in the foreseeable future. There are many pockets of disadvantage in areas of the greater city, and I'd like to relocate these people. For example, outer Heathcote residents, they might like to have access to public transport and support services too. So to reiterate, we have unemployment, we have social implications, we have a lack of consultation, we have an unknown number of prospective applicants, and we have a possible need to take a number of Syrian refugees. That's pretty important too, isn't it? What will happen if the jobs or training ceases in 18 months? For all similar programs have been, not all similar programs have been successful in other municipalities. And if only 28 out of 51 areas invited to take part take up the offer, the numbers coming to Bendigo could be increased. So, no, I'm not supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers against? Speakers for, Councillor Campbell. Could I remind councillors to speak into your microphone? Thank you.
Yep. Look, it's a pretty obvious thing, I believe. How would you like to be treated if you were one of them? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Other speakers, Councillor Warragata.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Just one paragraph to add. I think the City of Greater Bendigo needs to welcome refugees. We do it well, and I can't even believe that we're having this discussion. This is all about giving people opportunities. This is all about giving people the chance to live their lives. This is all about an experience of a different culture and a diversity within our own communities. What are you even talking about? You know, we need to just get on with it and just give people opportunities. Yeah, I'm just
Thank
sick
you,
of it.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Any further speakers, councillors? Councillor Fife.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I just want to touch on 2 points in particular. One is am I generalising about them being intelligent and hardworking? The answer is yes, but certainly the past record clearly demonstrates that they are very hardworking, and for them to come from their place to Australia shows initiative and also opportunistic ability as well too. So they're great from that point of view. We do need to understand that these people will come if they have work. They will apply for work just like anyone from Heathcote or Golden Square or Epsom or anywhere else can apply for work in Victoria. In Bendigo. If they want to study, they can apply just like any other person. All we're doing is saying you are on a level playing field, and we need to support them from that point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Item carried. Well, you voted for it, Councillor Leach. What do we do with that? Yep. Council's happy enough to vote again. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? Council carried. Thank you, Councillor Leach. You can have a division. Those councillors in favour of the motion: Councillor Warragata, Williams, Campbell, Fife, Raffel, Lyons and Cox. Those against? Councillor Leach. We move on to page 62, a draft Greater Bendigo Municipal Early Years Plan, and there's a recommendation on page 70. Do I have a mover of the motion? Councillor Campbell, a seconder, Councillor Fife. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The motion is that the council release the draft Greater Bendigo Municipal Early Years Plan and Action Plan 2015 to 2018 for a 6-week period of public exhibition, and I think it's secondly, receive a further report summarising community feedback and seeking endorsement of the final Greater Bendigo Municipal Early Years Plan and Action Plan, and hold a key stakeholder public forum, and I'm going to add on November the 6th of this year, because I understand that is the date. I'm expecting councillors to support that, to discuss the draft Greater Bendigo Municipal Early Years Plan and Action Plan during the period of public exhibition. Now, this plan, I really do urge everyone to have a look at this plan, because it's a very exciting vision of what we need to be doing for our young people. It's about making sure that our 0 to 8-year-olds are having proper learning processes, and we're entering into a proper arrangements and partnerships with the widest group possible to see that this is achieved. And there are about 6 initiatives in the plan itself. I'm struggling to find them, but they're there, and they are safety of children, environment and facilities for children to plan and develop, quality, accessible, child-friendly spaces, active and healthy children to improve their health, and it all makes sense, the well-being of our children, education and care to ensure children have access to the best possible education and care. Whole of community partnerships is very important, benefiting our children, to strengthen the early years partnerships to improve the outcomes for our kids. And finally, a child-friendly city and community to ensure that the creation of child-friendly environments and enhance the children's participation in the decision-making process that impact on their lives. Now, these kids are going to be the leaders of the future, and we are going through a boom at the moment. We're having a lot of growth in our population, and we've got to be giving our attention, Mr. Mayor, to these young people now. The sooner they start reading, listening to stories, the sooner they start learning, the better. The greater exposure they have to those experiences, the greater the support they get from the whole of our community, the better. Now, that's, in brief, what this is all about, and I invite people to have a look and make submissions. It's been done after a great deal of consultation so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fife.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to touch on the consultation so far. If we look on page 68, 2 key stakeholder information group forums have been held, with attended by 130 representatives. We've had survey responses from 305, 25 consultation meetings. So already there's been a lot of input. That's why it's such a good product so far. But we do want to make sure that it's finely tuned and polished so that our community can get the best deal that we possibly can from this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any speakers against? Any further speakers? Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I fully endorse seeking public feedback on this draft plan, and I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Campbell's points. The strategic objective is a good one, that is, Greater Bendigo is a child-friendly city where people, presumably little ones, report health and well-being and they can feel safe. They're noble aims. Alas, this policy does not seem to include the unborn. The findings of the review into Council's role into early childhood services indicated that the city currently invests heavily in early years through maternal and child health, childcare and the provision of infrastructure for preschools. I'd like to see more support through maternal health centres for vulnerable women so they feel able to continue the pregnancy and become nurturing mothers. The recognition of the Greater Bendigo as a UNICEF child-friendly city is, I'm afraid, not much of a recommendation. UNICEF itself could not be termed child-friendly because of its promotion on population control programs which control abortion. So are we really child-friendly?
Councillor Leach, I'll give you a warning of a point of order. That's not anything to do with the motion before us. Continue, please. Continue.
Children, yes. Children, no matter what age, that's my point. On the themes of safety, I encourage safety in the home by encouraging domestic harmony. For example, Catholic Care conducts relationships healing and keeping mums and dads together peacefully. More maternal and child services and crisis childcare in areas of disadvantage. And page 15 of the engagement report showed a shortage of occasional care providers. 4, road safety, with more pedestrian crossings and off-road paths to enable school-aged children safe passage. On environment and facilities, I think we're doing pretty well with playgrounds and active spaces. But with swimming, I think we need more swimming programs. Active and healthy children, I'd like to see more Stephanie Alexander-style kitchens and gardens at schools, and I think that this may be progressing through the Education Department. With education and care, ensure early learning services are accessible, affordable and inclusive. The engagement with agency representatives and early years agencies and professionals has identified priority issues which will hopefully be responded to in the action plan of the Municipal Early Years Plan. For example, ensuring systematic improvement for
Councillor,
vulnerable...
to require an extension of time. Is there a motion for an extension of time? No motion, Councillor, so that concludes your speech on that matter. Are there any speakers against the motion? Are there any further speakers? Councillor Raffel.
Sorry, Councillor. Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I just wanted to be excited about this release of the giraffe. This is what it's about. We're asking the community. It's going on to exhibit for 6 weeks, gives them a great opportunity. We encourage them to submit any concerns or any thoughts or anything that they think we haven't got in this draft at the moment. So, you know, let's go out on a positive note. You've got 6 weeks to put your submissions in. We welcome them. Let's get excited about this draft and let's move with the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lyons.
I'd just like to support the motion. Having been in the child care sector a few years ago, it was pretty noticeable that the earlier the kids start, the earlier they get some formal sort of teaching, it just sharpens their faculties that much quicker. You know, it's really good stuff. I don't know whether they're smarter than what they used to be, but they seem to come on pretty quickly.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Any further speakers? Councillor Campbell, would you like to sum up?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, those against, carried. I note that it's unanimous. We move to page 71 with the recommendation on page 76, Greater Bendigo Regional Food Hub Draft Feasibility Study. Moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Campbell. Councillor Williams, sorry.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the recommendation and that be that Council resolve to release the Draft Food Hub Feasibility Study for a public review and comment period of 4 weeks. And 2, that they receive a further report summarising community feedback and seeking council adoption of a proposed food hub model in order to support any federal and state funding opportunities as required. I guess it's a modern phenomenon, isn't it, that when we travel the world, we see markets, we see food wherever we go. And I think even Bendigo's been struck by it with our restaurants, our cafes, and just what's happening in this city. The farmers market, the market down the street, it's just attracting more and more people, and it's encouraging people to engage with each other. So I think this is just another step in that process, and I think it's a very positive and great opportunity for us as a council to, I guess, facilitate a really positive shift. So this is an important opportunity for Bendigo and its regions to both comment on and have input to the potential to develop a food hub within the city. It can work with and provide opportunities for education, distribution, cooking, marketing and even growing food. It is important that it be a collaborative model that is is inclusive of the likes of the Bendigo Farmers Market, the city's many restaurants and cafes, the community gardens and schools in the region, and adds value to all those organisations through the initiative. Food security is an important focus for this region, and we are both diverse and grow a wide range of fruits, vegetable, herbs and other products. I personally would like to see a potential sales point for the unique and varied products of our rural areas and what they produce, but also build on the success of the farmers' markets. It can also become a focal point for the many charitable organisations that work throughout the city, supporting those less fortunate. A food hub has the potential to integrate and provide a focal point for all these organisations and more. It will need to have a broad community support and be, to a large degree, self-funding into the future. I encourage everyone to get a copy of this report, either from our website or front desk, and have your say over the next 4 weeks as to what you can contribute or would like to see happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is about good use of food and use of good food. And I think it's about trying to build a business enterprise that focuses upon how we can use food better in our region. We don't want waste. Maybe we can recycle some food. how much fresh food is available, how much fresh food can we spread wisely amongst our community, increasing our knowledge and collaboratively working to get a better outcome around sustainable model for the distribution of local food within our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers? Councillor Lyons.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I fully support this. I know it's only draft and I know the whole, it's a feasibility study, but I think it's very feasible. There's an enormous amount of food out there that goes to waste. Good food. All it needs is a champion, and it's a great initiative by the council to get out there, push the barrow, and you'll be surprised how many people will jump on board and get interested. I think there's a push from the government already. All we need is a vehicle to carry it.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Councillor Leach.
I'd just like to add, Mr Mayor, that I think it's we owe some organisations in Greater Bendigo thanks for distributing food to people who wouldn't otherwise have had it. Places like the Salvation Army and St Vincent de Paul and many others. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leach. Any further speakers? Councillor Williams, do you wish to sum up?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, a big thank you to Pauline and the staff for, I guess, pulling this strategy together. It is one of those outcomes we seek when we talk about healthy communities, wellbeing and, community health.
That concludes the debate, councillors. I put the motion. Those in favour, those against, carried. We move to page 77, Aquatic Facility Operations Summary, 2014 and 15, with the recommendation on page 85. Do I have a move of the motion? Councillor Campbell, Councillor Raffel. Councillor Campbell.
Yes, thank you. The recommendation is to recognise the importance of equality of aquatic facilities in contributing to Greater Bendigo being Australia's most livable regional city. Thanking our volunteers for the time and work associated with the running of swimming pools on their committees of management everywhere. And recognising that there are issues with the ageing state of our aquatics facilities and that the budget bid to undertake a thorough condition audit of these assets is required as soon as possible. So that doesn't need a lot of explanation, but the report is a very interesting document to read, and I think it's very interesting to look at how many aquatic facilities we've got, why we might want to rationalise those, how important an aquatic strategy is, how important it is to look at the age of our equipment. You look at Heathcote, that pool was built by locals from local Sandover Creek 50 years ago. And it's still going strong, but it's not going to go forever. So we need to be planning into the future. And do we need as many? Where should they be? Have a look at Brennan Park, 3,500 less this year. Why is that happening? We need to be asking these questions. How much is it really costing us, and not just how much it looks like going through the gate? Just summing up briefly, I saw a very interesting figure. I think it was 19 cents for every person that goes to Peter Cren's, and I thought that was very good value. And I do think, just looking at this, we do need to rationalise our numbers of aquatic facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Raffel.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I won't go too much more as to what Councillor Campbell has said, but it just really shows me that all that time ago with the previous council, we made some hard decisions about closing pools and the ageing of them. And when I look at these attendance and the figures, I think, well, we were on the right track. We were making the right decisions and things change. And I understand that. We move on. But it just reiterates exactly what we were doing with long-term vision, thinking about closing Golden Square, closing Kangaroo Flat, closing Long Gully and putting a big aquatic centre. That was the plan back then when I was part of the other council. So, but things have changed and I understand that. I move on. But I'm just really... well, it's just really great to see these figures because they're the same figures that I saw when we were making those long-term vision decisions, and I also would like to thank the Director, Pauline Gordon, and her team, because to get these numbers, we have been asking for them for quite a few months, and I know that it took a long time, but you need to have accuracy, and that's what took the time. And plus, also, you know, the pools and their committees, they are volunteers, and it takes them a lot to get the numbers into us. And I thank them with all my heart, because I know that White Hills is a beautiful little pool, but again, in our long-term vision, it will close when the Botanical Gardens expand and we have the money. Not now, so don't ring me, everybody out there. I've been supportive, but I'm just saying it's a vision. That's what we do. And I just really want to thank all the volunteers, all the committees, and also Director Gordon's team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any speakers against the motion? Any speakers? Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As a champion of getting children to be safe swimmers, I'm happy to support this. I wonder how this will look in about 5 years' time if the 400,000 projected visits to the Kangaroo Flat Aquatic Centre materialise. Will it still be 19 cents for Peter Quinn's then? Swimming pools are essential items of infrastructure, and I believe that our ITLIS strategy calls for 10-minute neighbourhoods. So that would seem to suggest that rationalising the number of pools to a bare minimum isn't an ideal situation for traffic movement or equity. Particularly, we need to keep the smaller places open for the people who have to travel long distances to get anywhere. So, yes, I think we do need to have a look at the whole thing and work out where the best places for pools are, but I would hate to see that it narrowed down to one or two. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers, councillors? Councillor Campbell, do you wish to sum up?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, those against, item carried. We move to page 86, 2016-2017 Community Sports Fund. There's a recommendation on page 100. Moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Williams. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The motion, I won't go through it all. Basically, the energy of the motion is around submitting a grant application to Sport and Recreation Victoria for A, Barrack Reserve Community Pavilion, gateway to the Goldfields Trailhead and Community Walking and Cycling Path, Bendigo Regional BMX Facility Upgrade, North Bendigo Cricket Facility Upgrade and Expansion, and the Hardcourt Infrastructure Strategy Plan, and committing the necessary contributions from the city as part of the 16-17 budget for those, if those are allocated, and referring the unsuccessful grant applications for the Ironbark Tennis Court redevelopment and the Bendigo Mountain Bike Park Master Plan to the 16-17 Council budget for consideration, and thanking the unsuccessful clubs by writing and informing them of Council's decision. Now, each year, Mr Mayor, we need to think a bit ahead, and we need to be talking to our friends in the government about what they can do to help us with sporting facilities. The ratepayers and the residents of this great city don't need to pay at all. But we do realise that we benefit from these facilities, and we do have to organise our priorities and determine where we're going, what our highest priorities are, and where we can best seek appropriate funding. Over the years, funding for recreation facilities has dwindled, disappointingly, but there is still opportunity there, and we're very fortunate as a regional city to be able to offer facilities that are well used and keep them well maintained and have good relationships with the government, who have been very cordial and very cooperative and considerate of our applications in the past. This year, the staff are recommending those projects. I won't go forever, but the reality is that these are based upon the needs of our community as they're perceived, and I support them. I think they make a great deal of sense. Should we get them all, we'd be up for a certain amount of percentage that might disappoint us, but really it would be lovely if the government would support them all. That would be lovely, because we'd be able to match them with funds and we'd be getting money from outside that we wouldn't get anywhere else. Wouldn't that be lovely? Let's hope they do. But basically, there's been several of them and been around for a while. Barrack Reserve Community Pavilion, that's stage one. It's not the upgrading of the basketball courts, but it is the urgent one for the moment. And so we're seeking funds to support that, to match our funds to make that come to fruition by 2016-17 completion. The Heathcote and District Community Bank are committing some serious funds for that. The Bendigo Regional BMX Facility redevelopment, $270,000. You know, Albert Roy Reserve needs these facilities. You know, it's disgraceful what they've had to put up with out there, and we need a good regional BMX facility. Now, if we can get some government money, put with our money, and provide that, how much joy is that going to give to kids? How's that going to tick our active and healthy lifestyle? How's that going to go about reducing obesity? How's that going to get about getting kids together, you know, being friends and mates and connectivity and occupying their time healthily? Very well, I suggest. Very supportive of that one. Gateway to the goldfields, very important. You know, Spring Gully is a bit of a springboard for walkers. It's a major network there, and we do need to continue to press for good walking facilities. Our active and healthy communities census identified that, you know, it's the most popular thing, I think, walking. And people want to do it, and it comes very freely. You only need a pair of shoes and a bit of time, and away you go, on your way to a healthy lifestyle. How good is this? And so the government will be bound to support that, Mr Mayor. And, of course, the Bendigo Mountain Bike Club, you know, this is becoming very popular now. And we do need to understand that there are an enormous amount of people who are into mountain bikes and riding. You know, that's a different form of riding. You know, all forms of riding bikes has to be very good for you. It's good for your cardio system, very good for your health. So I support it. Not all the ratios of funding are the same. It depends what category they're in. But thank you to the staff for preparing these, and I'm commending it to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and just quickly I'll reiterate what Rod said. Fantastic to see the Heathcote community getting the upgrade they've long been asking for there, and their contribution, that is absolutely brilliant. The BMX facilities, both the mountain bike and the BMX, I was out there the other day, 150 competitors from around the state. They're actually a regional facility, you know, and it's quite amazing, and the families that come here, and it was a really big weekend for cycling in Bendigo. We're gaining a reputation, I think, as a cycling capital, and I think that's fantastic. I was lucky enough to present 15 yellow jackets to the state champions, so that was a real pleasure and an honour. Very well deserved. North Bendigo Cricket Facility, much needed, will consolidate Bucks, I believe, or Bendigo Cricket Club out there, and the hard court strategy, again, just very much needed, so well done.
Thank you, Councillor. Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers? Councillor Fife.
Just quickly, Mr Mayor, yes, we've touched on the on the costings and so on like that. Basically, if we get everything, it's just under $1 million from the state government, plus the clubs are contributing, which is really, really important. They've got skin in the game. They understand the need for that. But council will be up for approximately 1.7 million, so it's almost a 1 for 1.5. So I think that, as Councillor Campbell has said, that is a good investment if we can get everything from the state government. I'm sure that I'll be putting my hand up to support that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Campbell, do you want to sum up?
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor.
No, that concludes the debate. Those in favour of the motion, those against, item carried. We move to page 101, Timor-Leste report, 30th of September 2015, and there's a recommendation on page 109. Is there a mover of the recommendation? Councillor Campbell, seconder. Councillor Burrigoda. Councillor Campbell.
Yes, thanks very much, Mr Mayor. When I first came to this council, I was pretty lukewarm, very relatively cool about Mobisi. And, you know, it didn't take me very long to realise the good work that's being done there and how well that's being received, and about our commitment and the credibility that this city gets from an international friendship hand from our community. And we're talking $50,000 a year. And the good that that does in this country is outstanding. And, that's $1 for every household per annum. $1 for every household per annum. And, we're talking about $50,000. So it's so well received up there, and this funding supports the local Rotary clubs and the groups and others who are in that space around Morbisi and in Timor-Leste doing good work to help those communities to get their own governments up and flying, to get there going from fledglings to full flight. Now, in this particular case, the recommendation suggests that we authorise the Bendigo Morbisi Friendship Committee to continue their work under a Section 86 arrangement, to agree to fund that $50,000 per year for the next 3 years, and to agree to an annual to undertake a review of the committee, its operations in the 2018-19 financial year, acknowledge and express our appreciation of the many organisations and individual volunteers who willingly give time and energy in support of the Morbisi community development through the Bendigo Morbisi Friendship Committee. Formally advise the Victorian Government of Council's decision to refuse the offer of a partnership with the district of Bobonaro, that district, requesting that we continue with Anaro. And that is a bit unusual. There has been some rearrangements in Timor-Leste, and the City of Ballarat was given an area to look after by the state government. Now, we're particularly keen, but that committee, and Councillor Cox is the chair, is very keen to continue the work in Morbisi itself and around that district. And so to do that, they're keen, and we should be supporting them, councillors, to work via the City of Ballarat in this instance to make sure that we can continue that relationship. After all, that relationship started with a link between Eaglehawk and Timor-Leste that's continued. So I'm supporting it, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Buragoda.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. Look, I can only add to Councillor Campbell's summary. What a great achievement. It's Morbisi. It's more about not only our commitment with our council, but it's more about the commitment with the local volunteers, Rotary, and you look at it, volunteers and with Rotary, they actually look at going there and doing works more to achieve better outcomes for them, but it also achieves some type of, self-governance for our volunteers as well. So, look, this is $50,000. I think our contribution is probably nothing compared to what we can really achieve in the big picture. So I fully recommend it and support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any speakers against the motion? Councillor Raffel.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillors, you all know that when I was Mayor, I went to East Timor. We started this in 2006 and we were giving out 65,000 then, and we brought it back to 50,000 a year. We've been doing this nearly 10 years, and we all know around the table there's lots of our community groups that would relish to have this kind of money given and set for 3 years. I love the work, what has been done over there, but I think it's time for us to rethink. We need to start looking at where our money's got to go. And we're also committing the next lot of councillors for the next 3 years. There's an election next year, so we're committing that. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the committee. When I was Mayor, there was talk about a committee for Bendigo and Ballarat to work together. Well, this didn't happen until only this year, and they've only had one meeting. So that concerns me greatly. We've also, we understand there's lots of working groups that go over to East Timor. We all pay our own way. We pay our air tickets. We pay for some of the food, which a lot of the Rotarians or the groups that do go would say that they would pay for all of it. What concerned me when I was there, the most of the money goes on a person that can he looks after the containers that arrive. And that's all very well. And he's a Rotarian over in Delhi. He gets paid. In the whole of Rotary International, there's never been a Rotarian paid. That concerns me. What also concerns me, there is all service groups that would help out, and everybody does pay their own way. There's a Rotary group in Delhi that I spoke at. They know nothing about what goes on. They don't even get told until you actually arrive. And then if you want to speak, they'll let you speak. And I've been in contact with the president of Delhi ever since I've been over there. I also want people to know that there's savings that could be had, and I just don't believe that giving them $50,000 every year for the next 3 is going to help this committee. We hire a car when we're over there to go from Delhi to Mabisi, and that's the big expense. It's about $2,000 because most of the time the working groups are there for 10 days. Why don't we have a container, sometimes we can't fill it and we're looking for things to fill. Why don't we buy a car here that would work out to go up there, or why don't we purchase a car there? If we're so hell-bound on sending groups over there, we should have looked at that investment and we would save that money. Don't get me wrong, councillors. I think it's the best cause and I've experienced a lot over there, and I think the people over there really benefit from us. What I'm saying as councillors around this table for the greater city of Bendigo, we've been supporting them for 10 years now. Rotary are coming into it. Rotary have just recently gone over there and helped with the kitchen. They help with the sisters. They do so much. It's about time we step back and still give them something. Maybe I would suggest $25,000 and let the service clubs help out. Let the service clubs actually be informed with the one over in Delhi and talk to them and get things happening. Because when I was there, the people just want education. They want to speak English, you know, and we need to, and they are doing some of those things now. But before we were sending over containers of medicine that was out of date. I visited the hospital and they said, why would you send medicine out of date? And it's a good point. They can't use it. There's doctors and nurses there. I've seen the dental chair that dentists has donated and put up.
Do you require an extension
yes, please.
of time? A motion for extension of time. Moved by Councillor Warrigoda, seconded by Councillor Leach. Those in favour, those against, carried. Councillor Raffel.
I thank councillors for the support on that. Councillors, I really think we need to look at this and only support them with 25Ks. If you want to lock them in for 3 years, do that. But don't lock them in for $50,000 for another 3 years. We've been supporting them for 10 years. The people over there are committed. The working groups are committed. The working groups want to pay their own way like they do. They'll even put more money in. I just think it's about time we step back and there's $25,000 that we can put into our community that keep asking for it. I urge you to not support this motion, or maybe I could suggest to the mover to actually say would they change and put it as 25,000. Can I ask that question actually, Mayor?
No, you can't.
It
doesn't make any sense. You can move an amendment if you want, or it won't even be an amendment. It'll be an alternative motion once the debate is finished.
Yep, that's fine. I take it on board. I know where you stand. Councillors, I really think it's about time we start giving the money back to the Greater City Bendigo community. We all know in our wards people are asking for only $1,000, $2,000 or $500, and we keep saying we haven't got it. But here we are, 10 years on, wanting to support overseas with $50,000. And as I said several times tonight, I love Mabisi. I would go there tomorrow, but I would pay my way again as I did before. I ask you to not support this motion.
If I could just make a number of clarifications, if councillors, if I could take leave to do that. The recent Rotary Club that visited Mabisi would not have gone if it wasn't for the Section 86 committee, and its funding came from this particular committee. All members and volunteers who fly to Mabisi everyone pays for their own fares, and on no occasion have medicines been sent to the hospital that are labelled out of date. And I just need to...
Point of order.
I just need to contest...
Mr Mayor, you're just making accusations that I have accused that I've said something wrong. And I want it noted that when I was over there as the Mayor, the medicine was out of date, and it was told to the committee when I got back here by Barry, and I told it to Barry Seckham in a report.
Let it be noted in the minutes, Councillor Raffel. Second of the motion, Councillor Warrigoda. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah, speakers against, so Councillor Leach.
Thank you. I certainly think that there have been wonderful achievements too by the Bendigo Mobisi Friendship Committee, but I was actually going to suggest an amendment myself, because I felt that it was a bit rich to commit $50,000 for the next 3 years also. And I was going to suggest to remove that, but I think $25,000 is better. It does depend on funds available in future budgets, and for the last couple of items on the agenda, I'm getting more nervous about how much money we're going to have next year. However, I do thank Councillor Raffel for her observations and information, and I'm sure that she has had first-hand experience there, and I would go with her suggestion of 25. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I wish to speak for this motion. I guess we had a presentation from the More Busy group, and they spoke about the scholarships, about the very good work that they do over there. While I acknowledge Councillor Raffel's comments, they're the first I've heard of them in terms of that, and I'm very well aware of the very good and positive works. She may have some great ideas, I guess, in regards to how we can better do it, and I think they'd be better put to the committee rather than, I guess, at the decision moment in terms of this. We certainly had a forum, and that committee present at that forum annually, and they talk about what they do and the good they do. Timor, to me, is very special. Those people over there actually fought with Australia, I guess, during the Second World War. I think to a certain degree we deserted them when they were invaded by Indonesia, and we saw their infrastructure all pulled out, and they are a very poor and reliant nation. I think as they rebuild, both our local, state and federal governments are making a qualified effort to try and help them in a whole raft of ways. And I think, again, it's a little bit beholden on us as a wealthy society and a better off society to help them. I do take on board what you said in regards to those things, but that is certainly the first time I've heard those comments, and at this late stage,
Mr Mayor, point of order.
Excuse me, Councillor Raffel. Sit down, Councillor Williams, for a moment. Councillor Raffel, what's your point of order?
My point of order is that Councillor Williams has said that that's the first time he heard of it. When I was Mayor, I gave a report. It was written, and I gave a verbal report to all councillors around the table on my events.
Happy to accept that, Mr Mayor, but I'm not aware of that report. I guess if I read it, I apologise to Councillor Raffel, but I guess I'm just stating where I sit with it.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Councillor Campbell, do you wish to sum up?
Well, I just go back to the very small sum. You know, what's a cup of coffee, and you know, how compassionate can we be? And you know, a cup of coffee, half a cup of coffee, maybe. Yeah, to help those people. And sure, I don't believe everything's going to be perfect up there, and they're going to have their setbacks, but I think we can afford it, councillors.
That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Item carried. We move on to page 110, 215-16, Community Grants Program, Round 1. There's a recommendation on page 119. Mover of the motion, Councillor Fife. Seconder, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Fife.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'd like to move that excuse me, Council endorse the Community Assessment Panel's recommendation to allocate $196,677 in the 15-16 community grants round 1 across 55 applications. And number 2, to thank all community assessment panel members for volunteering their time to assess applications and develop funding recommendations for council. Mr Mayor, this is a very good program. This is a program that helps community groups help themselves. And they can apply for funding up to $5,000. We get a lot of bang for our buck when it comes to these particular projects, because very often they are the small projects that community groups can carry out themselves with a little bit of help from council in this instance or somebody else. And so I'm very proud and very pleased that we have a group of volunteers who are prepared to go through, assess all of the applications and then make the recommendations to council. When we look at the variety, it's just staggering, 55 groups were funded. That is really a big number of grassroots community groups who, without this support, would have to be having a heck of a lot of sausage sizzles somewhere, or looking for other donations and so on like that. This allows them to do that. This allows them to get a better leverage for the money that they themselves provide. It also allows people to connect much more deeply into their community, and that's one of the important things, is that we're connecting deeply here. If we look across the categories, there are some that we need to work on publicity and so on like that, or work out why there hasn't been as many applications as what there has been in the past. But Mr Mayor, this is something which I firmly believe in. This is something which I think is really great for our community, and certainly I would like to encourage every councillor to support this unanimously.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lyons.
Also, Mr Mayor, it's a fantastic program actually. I say this every year. It's just so many people have nowhere to go, and here's this program, and the best thing we ever did was split it in 2 rounds, give so many more people an opportunity to be aware of it. I was surprised that we only had 75 and there was 55 eligible. There was, I think the discrepancy may be that some of them didn't quite comply with the criteria, because there was 88 last round. I think it's a great program. I've always been supportive, and I think everybody in the community actually gives an opportunity that they didn't have before. I'm supportive.
Any speakers against the motion? Further speakers? Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do have difficulty in understanding why a particular application might have insufficient merit. This seems to be a subjective view, and perhaps the panel just didn't understand the project. For the next round of community grants, I think there needs to be a demonstration by the panel, better or more comprehensive reasons for rejection of an application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Fife, wish to sum up?
Just very quickly, in response to the query that Councillor Leach raised, there are clear guidelines, and the panels do assess them according to the guidelines. They are promoted. There is a grant writing workshop or 2 before it's opened up, so that everyone who is interested does get the best of advice, and because we don't want people to fail. We want people to develop. We want people to make sure that their community groups develop and they are part of our cohesive, integrated community.
Thank you, Councillor Fife. That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Not all councillors voted. I'll put the matter again. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? Pass unanimously. We turn to page 120, Planning for Growth. Planning Scheme Amendment C214, Domestic Wastewater Management Strategy for adoption. There's a recommendation on page 132. Move Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor Campbell. Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and I also move, I guess, as the recommendation, accept the late submission, adopt the Greater Bendigo Planning Scheme Amendment with changes recommended in this report and forward the amended adopted document to the Minister for Planning for approval. The document is, of course, the Domestic Wastewater Management Strategy, a very important strategy that both reviews and updates our wastewater strategy for septic type systems. What it does is allow flexibility to property owners to both establish and dispose of their waste in a way that meets the broader community's environmental requirements. It is important that we maintain our public health and do not pollute our most valuable resource, water. In doing this, we are providing flexibility within our unsewered areas to allow modern and new techniques of treating waste to be adopted while still safeguarding the environment and our own health and well-being. Many of the modern systems allow that water to be recycled and used on our gardens, and that can only be a positive outcome for us all. What really pleases me, however, will be the ability to build in our small towns and grow places like Raywood and Sebastian, whom have suffered under the current regulatory regime. I should also note the great contribution of Colburn Water in their submissions, whom are blessed with both maintaining and supplying water to most of us. Their contribution to these changes has been important to make sure that these systems remain viable long into the future with regular maintenance and serviceability checks. Can I also congratulate the staff who put this together and those who contributed along the way. I know it will be very well received in the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Yes. The motion that was before us, the recommendation is and this is in relation to C214, the greater planning, accept the late submission, it was a late submission, adopt the Bendigo Planning Scheme Amendment C214 with changes recommended in the report, and forward the adopted amendment to the Minister for Planning for approval. Now, we've been going through a process, Mr Mayor, for some time now. You know, it's approaching 2 years. This has been a really engaging, productive exercise, and it's all directed at getting better outcomes in relation to effluent disposal, management of our environment, streams. It's of interest to everyone. It's particularly of interest to people who are outside the sewer district, but it's of interest to everyone. I took a call only a couple of days ago from someone who is concerned about effluent discharging onto open country. And we've got to get to a point where this doesn't happen anymore and people understand what sort of systems are appropriate to them, what opportunities are available. So, in reality, we've got to a point where the actual strategy itself has been well accepted. It's gone out to people and it's had a good innings. We only had 4 responses, I think, might have been 5. I think they're all from authorities, but there was nothing there that was in any way a problem. All of these things have been taken on board following discussions between our very keen staff and those people within the authorities to see that we now have something that we can incorporate as a strategy and the updated land capability and mapping and assessment tools to be incorporated within our planning scheme to be sure that we can make this happen in the interest of all of our residents in our municipality. So I'm recommending strongly that councillors get behind this one. It's the end of a very fruitful and productive exercise, and I thank the staff for their good work.
Thank you, Councillor. Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers to add points? Would you like to sum up, Councillor Williams? That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, those against, item carried. Move to page 133, Planning Scheme Amendment C219, applying the heritage overlay to part of 16 Crook Street, Kennington for adoption. A move of the motion, Councillor Campbell. Seconder, Councillor Leach. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Page 135, if I can get your attention to that. In our report, there's an aerial photo there and you'll see a parcel of land located on the corner of Crook Street and Lowndes Street. And that parcel of land is subject to a subdivision. It's been approved, had planning approval. And I think there's 7 lots. I just can't recall. There's some common land. And at the front of that parcel of land is an old and very interesting home. and a very interesting tree. It's got some really historic, goes back to the 1860s and 70s. I won't go into the details, but it needs protection. And this is aiming at having a heritage overlay that protects that home into the future. Now, there's absolute agreement about all this, but what it effectively does is it recognises that in the subdivision there are actually two allotments. The plan's probably on the next page. There's two allotments to the northeast of that property, northeast, fronting Crook Street, that are approved but would need to have reference to make sure that they can't do something there that might impinge upon the heritage place that is that old house. Now, we want to make sure that that beautiful old home is preserved into the future, and so when anything happens on those two allotments, this then means that they've got to get planning approval and we have some control. It's as simple as that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I ask a question of the planning staff? If what types of things are allowed or disallowed on those two blocks?
Councillors, it's a residential zone, so we would expect housing. As you know, some other uses such as medical centres and things are permitted in a residential zone with a permit, so there is a potential there are a few other things that might be, but we would expect generally for it to be housing.
Thank you. Councillor Leach.
Thank you. As there are no objections to this heritage overlay, as Councillor Campbell has said, everyone seems to be pretty happy with it, and the overlay still allows some development on the block. I agree with the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers? Councillor Campbell, need to sum up?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, those against, carried. We turn to page 138, 3.3, 11 to 13 Weir Court, Kangaroo Flat, subdivision of land into 4 lots, demolition of outbuildings, removal of an easement and the creation of an easement. Recommendation on page 152. Moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Lyons. Councillor Campbell.
Yep. Thank you. 11 to 13 Weir Court is near Alder Street, Kangaroo Flat, and there's a large parcel of land there that's commonly known as Judich's property, and they've been farming there for 90 years, and the farming operations have come to an end, and it's in a residential zone, and there's the original Hope Hall homestead there, which is made by this fellow, Mr. Weir, a Scottish gentleman who actually excavated the stone for the homestead back there from that very site. And it's very interesting, and this home needs preservation. And so there's a large parcel of land with the home, and the home effectively is accessed from Weir Court, which is partly constructed now. So this concerns 4 lots. Basically, it's a rearrangement of allotments so that there'll effectively be 3 lots, new lots formed at the end of Weir Court. One of those allotments will contain the original homestead with appropriate measures to protect it, and the larger lot at the back will have the outbuildings removed, the old farm outbuildings removed, and it will be available for residential development in its own right. So this is one of the concerns that ratepayers had, residents had. I understand that the consultation meeting was the issue of drainage. I think it was a major issue for them, and that's been rectified. The council have got in and done some work with the approval of the landowners to protect those properties fronting Weir Court. Now, there was a bit of debate. I think our heritage people thought that the homestead really should have been preserved on a larger allotment. They think the heritage place should be larger. They actually think that some of the shedding should be maintained to represent the some sort of history about the agricultural pursuits that have taken place there. But it is a residential zone, and I think if there's appropriate measures to recognise what's gone on in the past, and that home is preserved. I think with the drainage resolved, 3 lots of decent size off Weir Court make a lot of sense, and I think on balance the recommendation is a sound one with appropriate conditions to match.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lyons.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillor Campbell summed it up fairly well. Hope Park's been a bit of an institution in Kangaroo Flat for a long time, and the Judases. I know quite a few of them. There were 5 objectors, 1 withdrew. The other 4 I spoke to, or I spoke to 3 of them. Their main concerns were traffic, rubbish collection, and it was stuff that we can condition around. And one of their other concerns was the loss of Hope Park and or the whole street being turned into a smaller type subdivision with little boxes on it. That was their concern, taking away their ambience. Anyway, that's not going to happen. The other bit that's really pleased them was the fact that it allowed us to get in there and fix the drainage, which has been a concern for a number of years. It was always inadequate. And on top of all that, they've split the block into a large sum, and there will be an application coming for 180 bed aged care centre and provision for more residential. So it's actually significantly going to change that whole area of Aspinall Street. So I'm really pleased about it. So I recommend that we go forward with it.
Thank you, Councillor. Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers to add points? Councillor Campbell, do you wish to sum up?
No, thanks, Mr.
Yep, that concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Motion carried. We move to page 157, 3.4, 182 Wattle Street, Bendigo. Partial demolition of dwelling, demolition of outbuilding, 3-storey extension to existing dwelling and construction of swimming pool and garage. Amended plans. Recommendation on page 174. Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Leach. Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Originally, I guess Council opposed this development, but subsequently it has been approved by VCAT and it returns to us now in a modified version. The design has been rotated 90 degrees at the back of the building and the height and bulk of the building increased. The officer's recommendation is for approval, and the comments around the heritage, bulk and height of the modified plans support the development. While I have reservations about the altered design and the increased bulk, it seems to meet both the res code and setback requirements. I see no point in delaying the process any further given its previous support in VCAT, and therefore support the resolution to allow the alterations with the appropriate amendments around both colour and screening. And of course I'm referring to 182 Wattle Street, Bendigo. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Leach? All right. Any speakers against the recommendation? Councillor Lyons?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm a bit each way about this, but I'm going to speak against it because I think I've spoke to the objector next door, and his concern, other than his objecting concerns, is the fact that it's been to VCAT and it's come back and the application is almost totally different to the original application that VCAT approved. And I, like him, consider it probably should have gone through another planning exercise. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers against the motion? Oh, yeah, Councillor Campbell, sorry.
Yes, I have agonised over this quite a bit, read it and reread it and contemplated what we did last time, and the council were opposed to the three-level development last time. It, of course, looked very boldly out onto Acacia Street, and Acacia Street isn't a lane, it's a street. It might look for a moment like a lane, actually got a street there, and people actually face that street. So it's part of a genuine heritage area that's got other dimensions. So, and at that time we opposed it. It went to VCAT. Now the panel member had some things to say about that. It wasn't entirely relaxed about the proposition, so it came back with some approval, but with some a bit of tempering about those dreams that were in place at that time. Now, subsequently, the property has changed hands, I understand, and the new owners have realised that they need to rethink the equation. So they've actually reduced the impact, if you like. They've narrowed down the width of the projection of the building onto Acacia Street at the rear. They've changed the front view a little bit, so they've raised the height of their building. It's higher now. It's got more bulk. It's got a little bit more everywhere. It's a little bit bigger all over. And dramatically, it's much closer to the property at 190. Now, that's the higher ground. I'm not sure what impact it has upon the view, but it goes much closer to the fence and it's pushed more towards the northwest corner of the allotment. Yes, there's still, a double garage and a single garage, and there's 3 levels, but it's still intruding reasonably dramatically into the heritage place, and it's a shame that they couldn't just do a little bit more to soften it, and it is disappointing that there hasn't been proper consultation about this. So I've agonised over it. It's a bit of a line ball exercise, but for me, I'm with Barry on this one. Councillor.
Any further speakers, councillors? No, you've already spoken. Oh, yes, right. All right, Councillor Lynch, sorry.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did agree with the original, agreed with the approval of the original application, and I don't exactly agree with Councillor Lyons or Councillor Campbell. The Planning Director has said that it doesn't require a new application, and I really don't think that Acacia Street will be adversely affected. More than the present large buildings, that's quite a big building on the corner there, isn't it? Big factory, and I think it's a better plan than the last one, so I agree.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers, councillors? Councillor Williams, like to sum up?
Well, I actually agree with most things that have been said. It's one I angst over, and it certainly is a bigger and bulkier block. I guess at the end of the day, I've made my decision around supporting the officer's view who has actually dealt with this issue, and I don't think there's any right or wrong in this. It's always very hard, and these decisions only come to us, I guess, from 2% of the planning. So I'm sticking to what I said originally, that I'm happy to support this.
That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? Motion lost. Could I ask Director Mansfield that she might like to give council some advice, because we don't have an alternative motion in front of us.
So, councillors, if you're wishing to refuse this application, your grounds would be that this application be refused on the grounds that it's contrary to the objectives of the heritage overlay and will be detrimental to the heritage building in place, and that the design does not accord with the neighbourhood character.
Thank you, Director. Is there a council who's prepared to move that? Councillor Fife, seconded by Councillor Lyons. Councillor Fife?
Reserve my right.
Yep, Councillor Lyons? Yeah, you're looking at we've had the debate. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Any further discussion? No. Councillor Fife, you want to say no? So I'll put the motion. Everyone clear what the motion is? Thank you. Those in favour? Those against? Item carried. Thank you. It's good when we can come to a council meeting and have a discussion and not knowing what the outcome would be. And that was a good example of it. So we move to page 176, 3.5, 485 Tannery Lane, Stratford Say, a 2-lot subdivision, and there's a recommendation on page 184. Moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Lyons. Councillor Campbell.
Yes, thank you. This is a corner allotment, and the proposal is to subdivide it into 2 allotments. And we've said before now, the people in this area, and I've read all the objections and understand them well, they are concerned that this is potentially setting a precedent and that, there's concerns registered about overlooking and impact upon traffic and the normal range of concerns. People in Strathfield say concern themselves that really this isn't what was intended for Strathfield, say it was always going to be big allotments. But if you look at what's happened to Strathfield, say, in the last 10 years, it has gone through a change that you've just got to be pragmatic and recognise this. Also, reading through the objections, I noticed they're concerned about overlooking. And Mr Mayor, the developer in this case recognised that point, and so he has conceded to include, have included in the conditions should the permit go to issue, a requirement that there be not allowed to have more than single-storey construction. And I think that took a lot of the heat out of it for me. I can understand that people do get a bit anxious if they're potentially looking over other neighbours. And the other thing that sort of influences my thinking on this, Mr Mayor, is, today we've got a whole range of people looking for a whole range of housing. And it's not always the traditional 3 or 4 bedroom, 3 in a study. Nowadays we know that there are more people in our community that are looking for 1 and 2 bedroom properties. And yes, they're going to be in Strathfield, say, just like they're in Epsom, Eagle Hawk, Kangaroo Flat, everywhere. And we need to be providing for them. We need to be providing the diversity. So I've thought about it. I know I won't be popular amongst the objectors, I realise that. But if you look at the broader picture, I think we've just got to realise that this isn't going to be the concern that they might have at all. The traffic that's going to be generated from it will be, in traffic terms, minuscule, hardly recognisable. The lot size by today's standard, yes, they're only 424 square metres, but it's amazing. Today people have different needs to people of yesteryear, and even in Strathfield, say, we need to provide for these people. So it might be, it's going to be someone's son or daughter or some young couple that's going to buy that, and that'll work well for them. They don't necessarily need a big allotment. So I'm supporting it. I realise that others might be anxious about it, but I think if you go back there in 5 or 6 or 7 years, you won't be at all concerned about it at all. The issues that are a concern now will have dissipated quite remarkably. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lyons.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'd like to approve this. And I agree with the sentiments of Councillor Campbell. The people in Strath probably expected forever to live in a not so dense situation, but particularly corner blocks lend themselves to subdivision. And really the heat was taken out of when the fellow guaranteed he wouldn't build a 2-storey. Not that I don't believe you can build a 2-storey and provide res code conditions around it. So no, I'm happy to approve it.
Thank you, Councillor. Speakers against? Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do understand fully the disappointment of the objectors, the neighbours who see with this subdivision a compromised neighbourhood character. I think it's a test case. There's a whole lot of empty land there. I think it'll set a precedent. But the site is located in Precinct 4 of the Strathfield Say residential character policy, using phrases to describe the area as, quote, spacious, semi-rural, open bushland, with dwellings offset on all sides with large distances. This was the desired future character. Any wonder the current residents are up in arms. What is the point of adopting a township plan with precinct character preferences only to ignore them a few years later? I think there are many disappointed and disaffected Strathfield Say residents who feel they've been sold short on a semi-rural lifestyle, and this is no different. I do understand that corner blocks normally lend themselves better to subdivision than other blocks, but again, I think it's going to set a precedent for the rest of Shepherd's Glen, and I'm not for that. The only redeeming feature I think I can see is the covenant to restrict any dwelling to single storey. It may be in accordance with Res Code and state planning policies. It may suit somebody who wants a small place, but it's not in keeping with neighbourhood character or the township plan. Again, what's the point of having a township plan if we ignore it? I'm unable to support this recommendation because there's going to be many more and much more traffic.
Any other speakers against? Any other speakers? Councillor Campbell, we wish to sum up?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yep. Therefore, that concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Item carried. We move to page 188 at 3.6, 142 Riles Lane, Stratfield Say, two-lot subdivision of land, with a recommendation starting on page 195. A mover, Councillor Campbell. You're moving a lot tonight. Councillor Campbell, as normal, I suppose, and Councillor Lyons. Councillor Campbell.
Yes, thank you. This is on the corner of Riles Lane and Sunset Drive. The proposal has some similarities to the last situation, although the last one was very much in a sort of paddock condition there, whereas this is a more built-up area. There is a house on the front lot fronting Riles Lane, and the proposal is to create two lots, one for the house on lot 1, 658 square metres, quite a good size, and the second block in what is effectively the house's pretty generous backyard at the moment, but of only 400 square metres. Now, if you look at that block today, the one at the back, which would be the one of concern to most people, it is indeed, it's got a colour-bond fence. There's nothing overly glamorous about it, and the concerns were very much similar to the last case. The issue about oversighting, well, that's been dealt with by the proponent, who on this occasion also is agreeable to a condition which is included in the proposed conditions to have a single-storey dwelling on the rear allotment. And you can imagine there are very few other issues. The issue of traffic, again, is almost negligible, You hardly perceive the change of traffic. Actually, I think it would be a really good, I think it would be imperceivable if you were to pull up there in a couple of years' time to see what's been developed, a beautiful young, smaller property that will suit the appropriate landowners. It'll fit in well. It'll help to meet our desires for a Stratfield Say that will cater for people of all housing diversity issues and needs, much like the other one. And as I said, the concern about overlooking will not be generated at all. So I think it's on balance a sound proposition. Now, it is unfortunate, perhaps we've had two, one after the other, in Stratfield Say, but you know, people do want these allotments and they're deserving of having them, and I actually think that will be a very good outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Lyons.
Yep, again, that was a good sales pitch there, Councillor Campbell. Again, similar but not the same. But I agree again, it's a corner block. It's quite a sizable block, and I think you're right. I think when they come in with a covenant to stop building two-storey, that sort of complements the whole show, doesn't it? So, yeah, I agree again.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Any speakers against? Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, this is close, much closer than the last one. Closer to being yes or no. I mean, closer to being divided. It does go against the general Stratfield Say residential vision. Yes, it is in a more built-up area, and yes, there's an imposing 2-metre colour-bond fence, which will probably look better gone. But Precinct 3 is a mixture of densities with pockets of newer styles of development set in a semi-rural landscape. So whether the lack of front fencing and street vegetation quite compensates for the lack, I would say, of visual cohesiveness is probably debatable. Again, fortunately, there is a restriction to be registered on title to a single-storey dwelling. But As I do believe this proposal has a detrimental effect on streetscape and character, I can't support it. Just to digress slightly onto traffic issues, Strathfield Say does not lend itself to high-density living. I don't care what anybody says. There's one direct route to Bendigo CBD, and that's fast becoming a nightmare.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Councillor Campbell, do you wish to sum up?
I will say something, just in relation to that last remark. I'd like to think that Strathfield Say isn't dependent on external sources for things, and that people can live happily there and have a centre of their own, actually, which would be self-sustaining. Now, you only get that with respect if you can cater for the wider cross-section. And what I'm suggesting is that this subdivision is catering for those who can't necessarily afford a huge block and a huge family property, but do wish to leave and maybe are employed, who knows, teacher or something, in Strathfield Say, and that's why I made that point. Thank you. That's all I need to say, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. That sums up the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Item carried. We move to page 199. Getting through it. 3.7, 73 to 77 Kennywell Street and 171 St Killian Street, White Hills, stage subdivision of land into 21 lots and removal of native vegetation. There's a recommendation on page 210. Councillor Williams, is there a seconder? Councillor Campbell. Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Sorry.
Are you moving this motion or with an amendment?
No, I'm moving this motion, Councillor Campbell. So, in supporting this subdivision, may I say I note the petitioner's concern and the dilemmas and contradictions of living in a rapidly growing city. Increased traffic, local amenity and their desire to limit urban sprawl mean sacrifices for those who live in a quieter and underdeveloped areas of this city, as we plan to contain that growth by infilling these areas. Roads become busier, noise and people increase, and life just doesn't quite seem the same. Very much the case, I guess, in Killian Street. Beautiful little quiet back street there, but with the development just down the road, you know, increasing traffic, difficulty accessing, I guess, Napier Street, and all those things apply. But, unfortunately, it's just a fact of living in a growing city, and I guess we, as a council, and our desire to infill that city, I guess, and make better use of the infrastructure that exists there. So in this case, and rules around the development are met, and while I share concerns with the locals, the developer has reduced the block numbers by 1 to accommodate the vegetation issues and retain the larger trees. They've also provided block sizes that fit reasonably within the area, and they're an average of about 750 metres. The road will be sealed where it fronts the subdivision, and curb and channelling will be provided. Concerns as to the nursery business next door and associated issues are dealt with within the current laws, and they can continue to trade and carry out their business within the context of those rules and being a pre-existing use. The conflict between commercial and residential operations is not unique to this area, and it is a case of respect for each other's needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Campbell.
I've got a bit of a dilemma, Mr Mayor. I would have preferred an amendment, so I'll foreshadow that I'd like to change my vote, and can that be done?
I'd probably have to get a bit of a clarification on that. If someone second a motion, do I need to seek another seconder? No, that's all right. Yeah,
okay, so...
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. So you proceed.
So, yes. So I've been thinking about this subdivision. I don't mind the subdivision. Yes, the topography is pretty steep and some of the access issues are of concern. And the objectors have made their points fairly clearly. The conditions deal with most of it. The area for me that is a little bit of concern is the land to the west of St Killian Street, which of course will be constructed in May in the subdivision, where there is a nursery in existence, has user rights, non-conforming user rights. Now, I think it would make a lot of sense with respect if the subdivision proceeded, which I hope it does, for the owners or prospective owners of those allotments on St Killian, facing St Killian Street, to be alerted when they buy their land that there is a nursery over the road, and that they could expect to have to understand that that nursery will want to continue with the business of a nursery, and they should be alerted to that. So I'll foreshadow that should this not proceed, this motion, I'll be seeking to have foreshadowing another motion which would include one more condition, namely that there be a section 173 that deals just with that issue that I'm raising.
I was wondering if I could ask the mover of the motion, is that an acceptable amendment to you, Councillor Williams? Pardon?
Yes. Okay. Right, thank you.
Right.
So I've said all I need
we
to
can then incorporate that as a condition into the planning permit. Councillor Williams, are you completely happy with that or not?
Well, I'm sorry that I've inconvenienced you, councillors.
That's fine. So we've got the mover and the seconder. Councillors understand what we're doing? That's right. Yes. Yes. Yeah. So we'll take that as part of the motion. Have you finished, Councillor Campbell? Thank you. Are there any speakers against the motion? Are there any further speakers? Councillor Fyfe.
Just going to say, Mr Mayor, that the 173 agreement would be condition 29 on the proposal on page 218.
Sorry, Councillor Fyfe, I didn't hear. Oh, yes, number 29. Yeah, thank you very much. Yep. Any further speakers? Councillor Raffel.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to make a point that Director Prue Mansell gave us this piece of paper tonight from an alternative layout suggested by Ben Wakefield, and John Taylor as objections. So we just wanted it to be noted that all councillors have received it. I do see their scenario, and I probably am concerned about the traffic and Scott Street because I know the area well, but I'm happy with the extra amendment on the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons.
I'd like to support the recommendation. St Killian Street used to be a very quiet street, but not anymore. There's multiple subdivisions up and down both sides, and it's a part of suburbia, quite frankly. And I'm a little concerned about the nursery over the road, but he's protected to some degree by use rights, and as long as he stays within the realms of the times and dust regulations and things like that, I don't think he should have a problem. And I'm really happy about the putting that 173 to make them aware of where they are. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Councillor Williams, no need to sum up. That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion with that change. Those in favour? Those against? Item carried. We moved to page 219, 3.8, Unity Mining Environmental Review Committee, nominations for community representatives, and there's a recommendation on page 222. Moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Fyfe. Councillor Campbell.
This one's pretty straightforward, Mr Mayor. Council has 3 environmental review committees, and their role is to review the environmental performance of the mine operator against the requirements of legislation, the licence, approved work plans and the environment management plan, and make recommendations to the regulators for action in relation to those matters. And the committee may also act as a forum for discussion amongst government agencies, the community and the company itself. Now, in this particular instance, the ERC we're referring to is the Unity Mining Committee, and they have 3 parts to their work. They have their Eagle Hawk representatives, their Kangaroo Flat representatives and their Woodvale representatives. Now, it's time, periodically we have to review our membership and upgrade, and so under the conditions of the mining approval, the Bendigo City is required to call for the appointment of community representatives. This time has come, that has been done, and the applicants have been received and analysed. The report is before you with the recommendations, and they are that Ian McGee and Vanessa Richardson for Eaglehawk, Markey, Peter Foreman and Greg Clossy did seek to go for Kangaroo Flat. Woodvale, they sought Rose Walsh and Gary Davis. In the end, the recommendation is that we appoint Rose Walsh and Gary Davis for the Woodvale community, Mary Markey and Peter Foreman for Kangaroo Flat, and Ian McGee and Vanessa Richardson for Eaglehawk community to the Unity Mining Review Committee for a period of 3 years. And we advise those applicants accordingly. And we also would like to thank Mr. Greg Clossy for his application and interest in making an application. And who knows, in the future there may be an opportunity with his interest, but I can't speak for the committee. But I thank them very much, and I support the recommendation for those appointments.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Fife?
Reserve my right.
Yes. Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers? Councillor Campbell, no need to sum up. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, those against, item carried. Move. Yes.
Would it be possible to have a 5-minute break? Seems we're going for another hour, probably.
Okay. Yeah, just say 3 minutes be enough.
5?
Yep. Councillors happy? Do I need to have a motion? Yeah, no, I'll adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Okay. We have a quorum. I think we can proceed. And we move to page 224, is that right? The Greater Bendigo Planning Scheme Amendment, C217, Big Hill and Mandarang Valley Landscape Assessment, with a recommendation on page 261. Is there a mover? Councillor Fife. A seconder? Councillor Williams. Councillor Fife.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this, I won't dwell long on this one. It's been up before Council a couple of times, but now we're asking, because there are people for the recommendation, for the amendment, sorry, and people against it, and some are neutral. We want the Minister to appoint a panel so that everyone can get a fair say. And that's the crux of the motion. And that's what I'm supporting, and I think that that is allow due process for everybody involved.
Thank you, Councillor Fife. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I also note the 53 submitters. It is a large number of submissions in regards to this, and there are a lot of people, I guess, interested in that area. It is important we protect these landscapes, and while the submission, I guess, well, not so much the submission, the Big Hill and Mandarang Valley Landscape Assessment will, I guess, put some controls and safeguards over that area in regards to the issues raised. I think potentially that's a good thing. It doesn't stop people from developing in those areas. It just means that they have to have due care to those environmental and other concerns as spelled out in this strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers? Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am concerned that people may have reason to believe their property rights are reduced or violated, or that additional costs will be incurred associated with meeting overlay requirements. I know it's outside the scope of the Big Hill and Mandarang Valley assessment, but I think that a comprehensive bushfire assessment of this area should be applied for. I'm not suggesting that we should pay for it, but just that we should apply to the right authority. Submission 35, interesting queries, and I hope the panel can assist there, and submission 52, restriction on extractive industries, another interesting query, and that needs reassurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers, councillors? Councillor Lyons.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll support the recommendation. The number of submissions, it needs to go to a panel for a third party to have a look at it. The significance of it is that it definitely will change the planning regulations on the land, but it doesn't prevent building. But it requires a planning permit to do so, and that is significant.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Any further speakers? Councillor Fife, do you want to sum up?
No, Mr Mayor.
Yep, so that concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Unanimous vote. Thank you. We move to page 262, Leadership and Good Governance, Financial Statements and Performance Statement for the financial year 2014-15, with the recommendation on page 265. Councillor Fife is our Chair of our Finance Committee, and seconded by Councillor Lyons. Thank you. Councillor Fife.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this is one of those that certainly we do need to officially authorise, because it's signing off on our accounts that need to be provided to the government. I draw attention to, for people, to the report and the following items in particular are of note. The year resulted in a $10.5 million operating surplus. The budget operating surplus was $12.5 million. Variances, total revenues, nearly $200 million. It's late in the night, Mr Mayor, and I think that it's probably easier to read the report rather than to articulate it.
Thank you, Councillor Fife. Councillor Lyons.
Briefly, Mr Mayor, being a member of the Audit Committee and present at most finance meetings, I'm happy to support the recommendation.
Thank you. Any speakers against the motion? Any speakers for the motion? Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr
Just a couple of observations, if I may, thank you.
Microphone, Helen.
A couple of observations, if I may. Employee costs up 700,000 and yet in yet another financial year, and the number of senior officers has doubled. On page 54 of the statement. In the two highest bands, the number's gone from 0 to 0 and 0 to 3. On the performance statement, I have to say that we need to do a bit better on the satisfaction in council decision making. It was 51, which has gone down from 59 last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leach. Any further speakers? Councillor Fife, you wish to sum up?
Yes, Mr Mayor, just very briefly, on the bottom of page 263, it's indicative that we are in the green as far as all of the ratios are concerned, and that puts us in a very sound financial position. And I thank the Audit Committee and I thank the members of the Finance Committee as well, which is the whole council, for their contribution.
Thank you, Councillor Fife. That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, those against. Motion carried. And we move to page 266, Bendigo Golf Club, request to reimburse back rates. Recommendation on page 269. Councillor Campbell, moved, seconded by Councillor Leach. Councillor Campbell.
So this is an unusual one, Mr Mayor. This is where the recommendation of the officers is that we give back $44,830.32 to one of our ratepayers, in effect. So there has to be a reason for that, and there's a very lengthy report that explains the reason. I'll try and get it down to a couple of sentences. This concerns Bendigo Golf Club. It concerns the Eagle Hawk Golf Club, which is now no longer in existence. A golf strategy that was prepared some years ago, which recognised that there are many golf courses around Bendigo. The golf's changed, the demands for change, and we need to change the direction of golf. Some rationalisation needs to take place, and some of the clubs have been looking at that. And Eagle Hawk were confronted with a situation where the financial aspects of the club weren't working out, and so they got in conversation with some other clubs. The net effect of that was that Bendigo Golf Club and Eagle Hawk Golf Club decided that they could work together to come up with a better outcome for golf for Bendigo, consistent with the policy. But unfortunately, there was an unusual arrangement there where each had their own legal frameworks, and it wasn't quite as simple as it looked. And so when they actually rationalised, there was a liquidator involved, and it ended up with a rationalisation done that way, where the Bendigo Golf Club effectively purchased the Eagle Hawk Golf Club lands, which are out near the railway line there, near Williams Road. So the situation is that when we in local government are governed by laws that aren't created by us, but that we are obliged to obey. And one of those laws relates to the Cultural and Recreation Lands Act, Cultural and Recreation Lands Act, and it concerns recreation land. Of course, a golf course is recreation land. So where recreation lands cease to be recreational lands, the Act provides that there shall be, payable to the Municipal Council, 10 years back rates. So in the rationalisation of those two clubs, the council took, at the time, that amount of money out of the settlement, in effect, and it's been. So now we're in a situation where it's realised by the Bendigo Golf Club that there is a process. This is not going to be a loss. This is going to be they're going to be using that money to, for the purpose of golf, consistent with the golf policy that we have set up. And so, therefore, in a quaint twist of events, it seems that we owe them 44,000 plus. And you know, where that occurs, we've got to face the music, and so the recommendation is supported by me, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Leach.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I was going to suggest a further point to the recommendation. The second point, suggesting a letter of advocacy to the state government to review this legislation. Would get any support?
So that's a formal amendment you'd like to make?
I would.
Yes. Is there a seconder for the amendment, councillors?
Councillor Leach is the seconder. You can still move an amendment.
So the discussion is, councillors, is that we're questioning whether the seconder of the motion, who's really the supporter of the motion, can move an amendment, and it's indicated that we think that Councillor Leach can move that, but there's not a seconder for the amendment. So if you can continue, Councillor Leach.
Okay. As the report states, it is reasonable to accede to the request to return the collected rates to Bendigo Golf Club, the proceeds of which will help achieve the goal of creating a destination golfing complex as part of the golf strategy. I don't like this policy of paying 10-year back rates on surplus land. I don't think it's an incentive to help clubs to merge and ensure the long-term sustainability. So I'll just support that motion then.
Thank you, councillor. Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers? Councillor Campbell?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Yep, so that concludes the debate. Put the motion. Those in favour, those against, motion carried. We move to page 270, policies applicable to councillors. A recommendation on page 272, and then there's a range of policies that follow the recommendation. Is there a move of the recommendation? Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Campbell. Councillor Williams.
Mr Mayor, there's a range of, I guess, councillor policies there, and that is in response to a report of the conduct panel, and I guess it's appropriate that we take this on board.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Yes, so this is really about the recognition that we've got some policies that are well supported and endorsed, others that have developed over time. And as a result of some discussions at the panel, it was apparent to the panel member that it would be good to consolidate all of this so that there's one clear book of rules, if you like, and also the appropriate appendix, all the appropriate documents, all in one. And so that's what's here. And so there's some 8 policies that councillors have to observe, and there's probably another 4 or 5 other sub-documents that we have to observe, all quite lengthy, a lot of responsibility being a councillor, and I fully support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers? Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. Well, firstly, I do have an issue that in the complaints against councillors, they should not be regarded as legitimate if they're anonymous. How could they be verified? But the question arises, what does clarify the complaint mean?
You've got a page number that you're referring to?
No.
No. All right. So
It's
we'll
in
take the first
complaint.
question. So,
Yes.
Mr Davies, would you have a response?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think clarify the complaint is probably what it says. It's probably getting an understanding of the nature of the complaint, and probably not much more than that.
Can I clarify that does that entail speaking with the subject of the complaint or just the complainant?
I think in the initial stage it would be speaking to the complainant. Obviously, once it's clear what the complainant is concerned about, then there would need to be discussion with whoever's been the subject of the complaint.
And your second question? Oh, yeah. If you stand up, Councillor Leach.
I think that was the second question that you answered. The other one was about
Yep.
are they legitimate if they're anonymous?
Thank you, Mr Davies.
Thank you, Councillor Leach. Mr Mayor, Yes, a complaint can be legitimate if it's anonymous. There are some reasons why a complainant may want to keep their identity anonymous, and I think it'll be about assessing the facts around the complaint.
Thank you.
Any further speakers? Councillor Williams, do you want to sum up? No, no need. That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour of the motion, those against, carried. Now we move on to 6.4, where, as Mayor, was a council, I've declared an interest, and so I'll ask Councillor Lyons to chair this item. Thank you, Councillor Lyons, and I'll leave the chamber.
Councillors, 6.4, Councillors' Dispute Resolution. The purpose of this report is to table a mediation report in accordance with the Councillor Code of Conduct. Ordinarily, the Mayor, on being advised of a dispute between councillors, will meet with the councillors involved to resolve the differences. As the Mayor is involved in the dispute, then the current councillor last serving as Mayor, not a party to the dispute, will fulfil the role of Mayor in line with the usual council protocol. The report addresses the matters for council's consideration. The resource implications, the full cost of the mediation process is $1,040 ex-GST. There are 2 attachments. 1, a mediation report dated September the 2nd, 2015, and 2, the mediator's report refers to an agreement that Councillor Chapman's letter of a complaint would be attached to the mediator's report. This is included for councillors in the confidential attachment, as it is a confidential document in accordance with Section 89 of the Local Government Act 1989. There being a procedural motion, there will be no debate. And the motion states that Council acknowledge the mediation report dated September the 2nd, 2015, prepared by Help and Partnership Proprietary Limited and presented in accordance with the Councillor Code of Conduct. I'll call for a mover. Move Councillor Fife, seconded Councillor Williams. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now I'll call back the Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Davies.
Mr Mayor, the procedural motion as printed in the agenda was moved and carried.
Thank you. So we move to page 307, 6.5, membership of the Murray-Darling Association, and there's a recommendation on page 309. Mover, Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Fife. Councillor Campbell.
I do wish to vary the motion a little bit, Mr Mayor, with the indulgence of Council. So the first point is that the Council join the Murray-Darling Association as member for 2015-16. Point number 2, as written there, is that Councillor Helen Leach and Councillor James Williams be appointed as the council delegates on the Murray-Darling Association. Now, Councillor Williams' name came first to our consideration, and later Councillor Leach indicated a keen desire to join on that body. There seems to be some confusion about how many representatives can be presented by the council legitimately. If it's possible, it'll be good to have them both. So if we can just adjust that one so that, that Councillor James Williams be appointed to council as a council delegate, and if permitted, Councillor Helen Leach also be permitted to be a delegate on the Murray-Darling Association.
So, yep. Moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Fife. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, just very briefly.
Sorry. Is that all right with the seconder?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Councillor Campbell.
So we think that we do need to be represented on that body. We are in the basin, and it's important that we understand their issues and we have a say. We're able to advocate on behalf of our people the issues that are of concern to them. Now, this will cost the council something in the order of $6,000 per annum, but we do believe it is worthwhile, and I think with the representatives nominated, we're in a good position to have a say, as we should, as a regional city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Fife?
Reserve my right.
Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers? Yep. Councillor Fife first, and then Councillor Williams. Councillor Leach first, then Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it's really important that local government and our local government, being in the Murray-Darling Basin, should be right at the table and part of this association, which may have some advocacy, some ability to make things better in the Murray-Darling Basin overall. Thank you.
Councillor Williams?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I guess I have a long involvement in the water industry, and I'm really pleased that I've been asked to, sit on this group. The chairman is a friend and I guess a councillor in the Campaspe Shire. I apologise for that. And, as with all groups and bodies, you get to know a lot of people. I've done work on the North Central Catchment Management Authority, which were blessed, I guess, with the well-being of their watercourses and water in the North Central region. I chaired the Loddon Catchment. I also participated in the writing of the Water Quality Strategy for Northern Victoria. I still sit on the Lower Campaspe Groundwater Reference Group and the Campaspe Environmental Watering Group, as well as sitting on the Loddon Groundwater Reference Group. I've been involved in setting sustainable limits around water on behalf of the basin, I guess, and developing those plans within it. So I've had 30 years of participation within that. I've certainly represented rural water or rural farming communities at water forums, both in Shepparton and in Canberra. So I very much thank you for this opportunity and look forward to working with them.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers? Councillor Campbell? That concludes. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, those against, carried. We move 6.6 on page 310, Submission to Heritage Act Review 2015, with the recommendation on page 313. Do we have a mover? Councillor Campbell, seconder. Councillor Fife. Councillor Campbell.
In this instance, Mr Mayor, thank you very much. The staff are asking for us to ratify their actions, really. So there's nothing permanent about what they've done, but they've had to act before this meeting due to time constraints. Now, from time to time, the Heritage Victoria offers an opportunity for people to have some say about new directions, bits and pieces. And this is an example where there are a number of areas where they are planning some differences. And so the staff have commented upon these. We have about 20 heritage buildings here that are included on the Victorian Heritage Register. And the management of those heritage places and objects are of state significance, as are other archaeological sites and so forth. In this report, it suggests that the Heritage Victoria become a determining referral authority if you're subdividing land. Now, it's seen by the staff, and I support it, as to be reducing red tape. I think if you've got to go to two bodies instead of, if it's 2 rounds instead of 1, well, that's not as good, so I see that as a plus. There are issues the Heritage Victoria would like to have the opportunity to consider areas not just about places, but also about precincts. And we can think of precincts in a number of areas in our municipality. There's certainly one in Eaglehawk. And in this way, they see this as an improved way of managing things, and I think that's got some merit. There is an issue about the maintenance of heritage properties, And if you have a listed heritage property, you have responsibilities to look after that. But they are saying, the staff are quite rightly saying, you know, we expect people to look after really prized gems in Victoria, then we should be getting behind, and the government should be getting into the equation and helping them with the dollars and cents as well. I think that makes a great deal of sense. There are a couple of other items. Overall, I think the sentiments expressed by this recommendation are suited.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Campbell. Councillor Fife.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I agree with Councillor Campbell. He's summed up this one pretty well. I think what is important is to realise that this is a bit more of a high-level one, looking at principles, looking at what should be done, and it's building on what I found to be what I think some quite glaring mistakes in the past. So we do need, and one of those is what Councillor Campbell touched on, minimum standards of maintenance. We have had a number of those problems in our municipality, and certainly if it's spelt out more clearly what those minimum standards are, for example, then A, the owner knows more about it, B, the community knows more about it, and I think that way we can then work on where the funding sources will come from, and I think that is equally as important as anything else. Thank you.
Any speakers against, councillors? Any further speakers?
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Sum up. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, those against. Item carried. 6.7 on page 314, record of assemblies. Mover and a seconder. 6.7 and 6.8. Move Councillor Fife, seconded Councillor. Any discussion? Those in favour, those against. Carried. 6.9 on page 327, appointment of independent member of the Audit Committee. There's a recommendation on page 328 and moved by Councillor Lyons, seconded by Councillor Campbell. Councillor Lyons.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Background, the Audit Committee charter states that the Audit Committee will consist of 5 members comprised of 3 suitably qualified independent representatives and 2 councillors. 2 councillors are myself and Councillor Campbell. The appointment of independent representatives shall be made by council and be for a term of 3 years. All appointments following each independent member's second term must be publicly advertised. In this case, one of our members was Ken Belfrage, who'd been for he came halfway through a year, so he was there for a term and a half. He was reappointed on 1st of October 2012 for a 3-year, which expired on the 1st of October this year. 2 applications were received for the position after advertising. Interviews were conducted by myself, Councillor Campbell and the Chief Executive Officer, Mr Craig Neiman. Both applicants had quite extensive experience, but in the end the members of the interview panel recommended the appointment of Mr Ken Belfrage. So I'd like to move that he be appointed.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Campbell.
Yes, just to add to that, Mr Belfrage is currently board member of Haven Home Safe, Loddon Mallee Housing Services, and the Bendigo Gallery, a former Girton Grammar board member, company secretary of Bendigo Telco, Community Telco, member of the City of Greater Bendigo Airport Advisory Committee, and Loddon and Mount Alexander Shires Audit Committees, the Echuca Regional Health Board member, and a board member on the Bendigo Cemeteries Trust. He's a retired qualified chartered accountant. He is currently the chair of the Audit Committee. He's done valuable work, and I'm pleased to be able to support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Speakers against, Councillor? Councillor Leach.
Mr Mayor, I have nothing personally against Mr Belfrage, but I believe a pair of fresh eyes would be a good idea, and I don't support this.
Thank you. Any further speakers against? Any further speakers? Councillor Raffel.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillors, it's great to have 2 applicants. It would have been greater if there was more applicants for this position because it's such an important position that overruns or oversees our finances and gives us a different perspective and brings some knowledge back to us so that we can go forward for the future. I think it's great that the Chair has reapplied, but I also can't support it this time around in the fact that I would have liked to see some fresh eyes, new blood, having a different opinion. And I just want us as councillors to be very mindful of these positions because we can't just keep putting the same people up in the positions if we want to be open and transparent and give the community some ideas that we are being open and transparent. I have nothing personal against Ken. I think he's a very lovely guy, but I cannot support this recommendation because I really would have liked to see the committee come back and say, we only had 2, let's re-advertise. That's only my thoughts. Thank you.
Any further speakers, councillors? Councillor Lyons, do you wish to sum up?
No, Mr Mayor.
Yep. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, those against. Item carried. Page 329, urgent business. We don't have any urgent business. Move to 330, a notice of motion, re-Lake Epilogue by Councillor Helen Leach. Councillor Leach, I'll get you to read your motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
I know, I'll get you to move your motion. Yeah,
right.
Move it. So we're looking for a seconder. Is there Councillor Raffel? Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Would you like me to read the motion?
It's up to yourself.
Oh, okay. Well, to ensure a satisfactory level of water is maintained in Lake Epilogue for the benefit of the entire community, 1. Council write to the Honourable Lisa Neville requesting discussions to examine ways in which Lake Epilogue can be managed in drought, low rainfall and El Niño conditions. 2. To demonstrate council support for this letter, the Mayor and Ward councillors and a community representative agreed to meet to discuss the issues with the Minister. 3. Council develop a strategy to assist businesses and the community impacted by the low levels of water in Lake Epilogue. And 4. Report back to Council, the community, Save Lake Epilogue Action Group and other stakeholders. I have put this motion because I'm not satisfied that the Minister has had discussions with Council. Even this report claims that it has. I was reluctantly given a seat at the table for a meeting with stakeholders, the VFF, ministerial staff and MP Jacinta Allen last month, but not only found the mood unpleasant and unhelpful, but it wasn't an official discussion between the Minister or ward councillors or the Mayor. I'm still calling for that meeting. Councillors, we can't just throw up our hands and say it's all too hard. I have been urged, after discussions with stakeholders, users and businesses relying on Lake Epilogue, to advocate for and represent their interests to Council, Goulburn Murray Water and the State Government. Businesses which rely on water being in the lake are particularly concerned. Council should be concerned too about the impacts on the well-being of residents and the viability of business and jobs. How many tourists, adding to our economy over $68 million, will be spending their holidays and weekends here? We're looking at a mass exodus and a hit to our economy. How long will clubs and businesses that lease the land around the lake with waterfront keep paying their lease? They're paying for a service they can't access. To respond to the officer comment, when Lake Epilogue was built, it was promoted as a recreational mecca for water sports in Victoria. It's close to Melbourne. There are many excellent facilities on and near the lake in towns such as Heathcote, Axdale, Strathfield-Say, Epilogue, Reedsdale, all which will be affected, as well as the many attractions and facilities in Bendigo itself. I can remember spending family time and dollars here over many years. I have circulated to councillors information to the effect that as a conservative estimate, and these are reliable figures, the tourism flowing from Lake Eppalock exceeds the $68 million estimated by our own Economic Development Unit, because the overwhelming percentage of the contributors to this economy are visitors, not locals. This means at least 340 jobs each and every year. With our higher than the state average unemployment, we can't afford not to take this situation seriously. No water in Lake Eppalock, and this week we're down to 39.29%, equates in a tourism sense to closing the art gallery, Capitol and Alhambra for the same time intermittently opening the doors to encourage business investment only to close them again a few months later. Our rural community strategy discussion paper part 3 on recreation and tourism under point C continue to lift the profile of tourism attractions and facilities across rural towns and areas, with a particular focus on developing the appeal of national parks and Lake Eppalock. There you have it. It's Council's responsibility to do everything we can to advocate for proper management of our water storages and streams. The current strategies are clearly flawed and not working for anybody much in the Murray-Darling Basin, I don't think. This is a political question requiring close cooperation between the Water Minister, state government and local government. Water entitlements and drawdowns seem to be inappropriate for the current climatic conditions. 100% allocation was given last year and 50% this year, without considering security further into the summer and the actual inflows. No water seems to be reserved for following years for any social community needs and recreation or sport use. The Victorian Environmental Water Holder was asked the question at a recent meeting. Does the government deem the Eppalock-Campaspe River upstream and Colaban as important as downstream environments? And the answer appeared to be no. In the long term, perhaps the City of Greater Bendigo could consider becoming a water right holder. Other councils have. I don't recommend it right now because it's pretty expensive right now. In the meantime, I would urge councillors to support this motion to act more energetically than the officer comment suggests to save Lake Eppalock and all its users. Only the state government can affect Golden Murray Water's management, and that means the Water Minister. I'd also like to ask what is our Economic Development Unit doing to assist this tourism industry? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Raffel.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like to ask a question, if I may, to the Director.
We'll try and get an answer for
Just on the motion that could be framed on our iPads. I just wanted to know that motion that's suggested, which is the council recognises the significance of Lake Eppalock and etc. Everybody can read it unless you want me to read on. That sort of covers what Councillor Leach is saying, but doesn't actually address going to the Minister. But at the same time, we could add to that if we needed to go to the Minister, and he's not there. So could we, Mayor, if we wanted, if what I'm getting at, I suppose, I'll stop me rambling here.
I'll ask the CEO.
Yeah, thanks.
To make
Thanks,
Mr Mayor, you could add to that suggested motion if you wanted to add advocacy to the Minister. That was really around covering off all water users and all water needs.
Thank you, CEO. That's my point.
That would be against the motion, so at this...
Yes, I understand that, but that's why I'm sort of asking the mover if they would have a look at that alternative to put up with with an extra one to go and speak to the minister when we had the findings of that. I think it's a very clear point, Councillor Leach, that what you've just said to everybody, it's virtually that, but it's really in one lump sum in a paragraph. And we could just add that when we had the findings of that outcome, we could go and talk to the minister. It's just a suggestion. Thank you, Mayor, for that.
Any other speakers? Yep, Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, look, I don't favour the proposition that's being put. It goes too far. And the Minister fully understands the ramifications of what we've got there at the moment. There is no magic wand out there. It hasn't rained. And I do understand, I'm very strongly supportive of those businesses that do derive benefit from that piece of water. But you know, first point, we've got to keep the things in our jurisdiction. We are not responsible for this. There are other groups that do that. Happy to advocate, but I think you're going far too far when you say that we are sitting down, developing a strategy to assist business. And that, look, you know, we have our jurisdiction. We want to support them, but what are you suggesting? We start, I mean, really, where do you go with that? That's a can of worms. Now, I've been down 20 years ago. I remember the outboard didn't start on the tinny in the middle of the lake. We all know about the lake. But the truth of the matter is, and I've been sailing there too with people, but you know, we can't guarantee the water in that lake. I've been down and I've met with you, Councillor Leach, the people who want the lake saved. They know what the issues are. The Minister knows what the issues are. The manager of Murray Goulburn knows what the issues are. And subsequent to that, we went to a substantial forum where the stakeholders attended and it was explained again. Everybody understood what the issues were. Nobody had any magical wand. We understood that people who own that water there have rights to that water. They're paying for it. You could be one of those. We cleared up the anomaly that, you know, the water's not being sold to the fire brigade in New York, as was put on one of the radio stations. You know, we went right through it all. I'm not making light of this. I think the motion's got some merit, but I think it's going too far. And it's a shame that you did this without proper reference to me. I'm disappointed that you haven't discussed this with me, frankly. There was plenty of opportunity. I'm disappointed about that. You know, the reality is I do want the businesses to do well. I have suggested to the Murray Goulburn people that one of the things they could do in the shorter term is look at making sure that the caravan parks get access to the water as the water drops. As the water drops beyond our control. Wouldn't it be lovely if we were able to say tomorrow night she's filling up and by end of the week it'll be full again? But we can't. And the reality is that we need to be talking to the minister. Sure we do. But we don't need to be setting out doing a strategy. This is getting the cart before the horse. It's really shooting from the hip. We need to be talking with discussions. I'll foreshadow another motion if this one fails, which will be more moderate and tempered and take into account all the players in this. The discussions at the forum the other day, people there realised...
Councillor, do you require an extension?
Yes, I wouldn't mind one, thank you.
Moved by Councillor Fife, second by Councillor Lyons. Those in favour, those against, carried.
Yep. So there were some hearty discussions, Mr Mayor, about should the opportunity present, and maybe it won't, maybe the government may wish to consider deepening that lake should the opportunity to present. And that would allow for cooler water, less evaporation, a more sustainable model, better for the caravan parks, better for the businesses in Heathcote, better for everyone. Now, that's something they need to look at. Could it be costed? Would it be practical? I don't know. There was talk about environmental flow, and the council had a forum, and the manager of Murray Goulburn came and addressed us there as well. And he explained that, you know, environmental flows are necessary. They're paid for by consumers. They don't, you know, they're paid for. They're owned. And yes, he agreed that there was more room to look at the science of that and determine whether they are letting just the right amount of water go, just at the right rate, at the right times. Certainly they're keen about that. So there are some things that they can do, and I do recognise, that certainly if we could keep that lake up at 50%, wouldn't that be lovely? It would make a lot of difference to our economy. But, we do have to keep all the players in our perspective. We've got to be a bit pragmatic here. And, it's no good going into semantics. From my viewpoint, this motion goes too far, too early. Very happy to meet the Minister. Sure, the Minister's happy to talk about it. But remember, we're in there for advocacy. Going to a strategy to assist businesses is, I think, getting carried away at this point of time. I think everyone knows what the issues are. The solutions are in everyone's mind. It's just not as easy as it looks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Now, other speakers? Yeah, that's right, Councillor Williams, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I guess this is a perennial argument. We've seen it before. Up until about 1990, we had the most reliable catchment in Victoria, which was Lake Eppalock. And when I talk about reliability, I talk about the ability to actually supply water. That's why we had a large dairy industry up around Rochester, those areas. And at that time, it was booming. It was really flourishing. I guess the onset of the drought, and some would say climate change, has had a huge impact on that reliability. And I guess the last 10, 15 years has seen a dramatic drop in that security. When I talk about security, I talk about the ability of those people who own those water rights to actually access that water. Reliability is what you build a business around in the rural community. That's about being able to grow the crops, about being able to maintain your business, about being able to stay on the land. Any reliability that you take away by providing water for other businesses, for recreational uses, impacts on that reliability and the ability, I guess, of people to generate income from that. In regards to the rules around it, etc., the Murray-Darling Basin's been in place for 70-something years now. I mean, they are constantly working on the rules and changing those rules. 2010, I guess, was the last change when the federal and state government legislated around environmental water. We've seen qualification of rights, and what qualification of rights means is that human and stock and domestic access take priority over everything else. So we already have the rules in place, I guess, around managing water beyond, I guess, dry seasons. So from that perspective, again, the government have done their homework. When we saw the super pipe built, it was a result of that millennium drought of, I guess, what I would say is climate-induced implications, and that is a shortage of water, and we saw the super pipe go in. Drastic measures, but it's secured or shored up our security, and that was more around urban populations than it was around rural populations, because the rural populations had already gone without an allocation for 5 to 6 years. It devastated economies across the state, and yet we will still be able to respond, I guess, and provide water for basic human needs. It's the reason the state government built the desal plant down in the Gippsland area, and that was to make sure that Melbourne actually didn't run out of water. If we'd gone one more year in that circumstance, it would have been needed. What the government has done is responded all the way through in terms of making sure that security for water is there. But it does have priorities, and basic human consumption is the highest priority. While I feel for and have apathy for those people who use it for recreational purposes, we also see those people in dry times drive through Heathcote to the Murray to access, I guess, another great spot where they can carry out those water sports, and that is provided through the environmental flows, through the flows, I guess, that the rural industry use and for downstream users. So I don't see it as a total disaster, and I don't think we should be going and I guess lecturing the Minister about the inefficiencies of their departments. I also note that through the Environmental Watering Plan, we actually lead the world, that our water policy is probably one of the first and best in the world in regards to the environment. We've been visited by the Chinese, we've been visited by a lot of countries, I guess, overseas in regards to how we set that policy and how we maintain our water supplies. Again, Victoria tends to retain water for a 2-year period, as opposed to New South Wales, which tends to allocate everything into one season. So we actually have greater reliability, and through that reliability we actually provide more opportunity for recreational users, etc., etc. So from my perspective, I think that the motion's very flawed, and I think some of the assumptions made around it are just downright incorrect. If we are going to go and talk to the Minister, we need to have our facts right.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lyons.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm not going to support the motion, but I wouldn't mind if there was another motion that said we'd advocate to the Minister and to talk to Golden Murray about considering some other uses out there. I understand the lake itself is a storage for mainly irrigation. I think recreational uses are secondary. There'd have to be a change of thought from the Golden Murray board and the people that own the water. So I don't mind if we go to the Minister, not to lecture her, but to maybe ask her if she could put some extra pressure on Golden Murray to maybe look at the secondary uses and ensure that there is enough water there through the super pipe maybe.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Any further speakers? Councillor Leach, like to sum up?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think Councillor Williams is missing the point. This water can be managed better. I don't know if he's saying that this is the only way it can be managed, that this is the ultimate and everything else. I just think that a lot of people are missing the point here. The Economic Development Unit does assist all our industries, or is it only just some? Like, there were strategies around what they could do without the water discussed at the meeting. So if they're discussing it around the table there, I would be sure that our own Economic Development Unit would be thinking about that too, some ways to help. The Minister is the only person who can control the outflows, it seems to me. Well, that's what I've been told by very high sources. The environmental flows and all the rest of it. There are all types of jobs and livelihoods affected by the management or mismanagement of water, not just farmers, but a $68 million industry. It's not just a few people using the water, not just, you know, a bit of recreation. Oh no, yeah, of course they can go up to Mulwala, but there goes all our money. That's my whole point. All our business is going down the river, somewhere else. And I don't think that's responsible for council to just say, goodbye, 68 million, goodbye, 340 jobs. Let's just listen to what Mark Bailey said. He said they actually allocated 100% last year, even in thinking that there might be an El Niño.
Thank you, Councillor Leach. That's your 2 minutes up to summarise. Thank you. That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Is there an alternative motion, Councillor Campbell?
Yes, thank you. I think the matter does deserve some attention. I think it's an important issue. There is a secondary, some ideas that I'll take up on the second page there, that Council recognise the significance of Lake Eppalock, primarily for water storage, for irrigation, environmental flow stock and domestic purposes, and for other secondary uses including fishing, boating, swimming and other tourism-related purposes, and seek ongoing dialogue with the Goulburn Murray water. I've been inadvertently calling Murray Goulburn for the last 5 minutes. And can I suggest we put in there and the Minister about opportunities for management of the water resources to best cater for all of these uses.
All right. Councillors understand all that? Now, we've had enough debate, councillors. Oh, yes, sorry, seconder. Councillor Raffel. We've had enough debate on the issue.
No problem. Just bear with me 2 seconds. The council recognise the significance of Lake Epilock, primarily for water storage for irrigation, environmental flows, stock and domestic purposes, and for other secondary uses including fishing, boating, swimming, and other tourism-related purposes, and seek ongoing dialogue with Goulburn Murray Water and the Minister about opportunities for management of the water resource to best cater for all of these uses.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Raffel. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion, councillors. Those in favour? Those against? Item carried. We move to page 332, councillors' reports. Councillors, it is 5 to 10. Could I request that they be very brief? Councillor Warragata.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very brief. Why don't I just email my report? But very quickly, a couple of highlights. I actually met with the Mayor's office in Colombo, Sri Lanka, and discussed with them our city and also with Tourism Sri Lanka, and a very appropriate subject about recycling. So I think that was quite good. I'm happy to talk about that in the future, but a few quick things. Heathcote Wine and Food Festival, spoke at the Epilock Fire Brigades Group presentation night on behalf of you, Mayor. And look, just a few things, but I'll just keep it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just quickly, I actually toured the Campaspe Valley with Goulburn Murray Water and a group of scientists from Canberra, Adelaide and Sydney, looking at a range of issues around water security, the economic and social issues. It's something we actually put in train 4 or 5 years ago around concerns with water in not just the Campaspe catchment, but we targeted the Campaspe catchment because of its known, I guess, water resources and just the facts and figures that we had around it and that. So that's a very important piece of work going forward, and I think it just demonstrates that the government is already on the front foot in regards to the issues we're discussing.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Chaired the Fire and Emergency Committees, District Engagement at Strathfield Say and Myanmar, Rail Trail AGM, National Works Conference for the Mayor, Strathfield Say Hubgia meeting, Save Lake Epilock, National Police Remembrance Day, consultation meetings many, Advance Heathcote met them, Strathfield Say Scouts, Heathcote and Wine Food Festival, Hospital Community Grants, season launch of the Bendigo Spirit, Open Space Strategy Forum and an AICD event recently.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Fife.
Just a few I'd like to comment on, Mr Mayor. They are the gymnastics, the mountain bike carnival that was held last weekend, and also the basketball state championships. I just wanted to netball, sorry, that's all right, minor difference. Sorry, netball, yes, state championships. It was just terrific to hear the praise for council officers who have been assisting, particularly Tim Lee for the gymnastics, Lynn Brown for the mountain bikes, and I've forgotten who it was with the round ball. But Mr Mayor, it really was gratifying to hear people continually say that these were the best organised that they'd ever had in the times that they'd participated, whether it be the mountain bikes, whether it be basketball, whether it be netball, whether it be whatever. So I just like us to acknowledge that our officers have gone above and beyond in many, many times so that these relationships are not only developed and deepened, but are very, very productive for all of the people in all of our municipality.
Councillor Fife, can't let you get away without mentioning Marilyn.
You're right. I was going to, but the announcement of Marilyn Munro coming to the Art Gallery next March, from March to July, Easter, the whole box and dice will be there. It's just going to be phenomenal, and I would just like to hope that we get pretty near the mark for what we did with Grace Kelly with Marilyn Munro, and yeah, if we can break that record, I'll show you all the champagne.
Oh, only a champagne. Councillor Raffel.
Can we have that in writing? Thanks. Just one thing I want to mention, councillors. I went to a community group hub, you could say, I was going to say a street party, but it wasn't a street party. Last night I was asked to come and hear their concerns in White Hills. It's, if councillors can remember, we put McDonald's out on the highway, which I didn't agree with. Well, it's the Hall Street residents there have got a lot of concerns, and they were really, it made me believe in community again. So I went out there and they said all their things. They were respectful. We talked for over 2 hours, and I just want to thank them for their respect towards my thoughts back to them, and I respected them. So I will give you a bit more of a briefing at our forum next. Thanks, councillors.
Councillor Lyons.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Attended a citizenship ceremony, as many of us did. Tourism Board AGM, Anzac Centenary celebration last night. National Police Remembrance Day, which a few of us went to, and normal meetings with locals about different issues, and probably the highlight was the Shared Path media meeting and the ride down the creek from Golden Square to Waroona, and I went that fast I caught a cold. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. I just wanted to make you've got my report as Mayor. Councillor Campbell, I just wanted to thank you for all your comments to meetings for many years, but you're doing it from memory, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. You do move many of the motions at our council meeting. I want to thank the state government for acknowledging that the groundwater coming out of the mine, that it's their responsibility, and they've acted incorporating Colibin, and looks like the Woodvale ponds will now be rehabilitated very much sooner. Congratulations to the federal government for acknowledging regional Victoria in issuing their Hawkeye contract, $1.3 billion. I want to thank the Victoria Police Force over the past 6 weeks for their magnificent efforts in protecting a safe Bendigo. And they've worked very hard, and they've been taken away from their families and working overtime, but they've done a magnificent job. And to all those many supporters of the council, and it's typified by the sisters who wrote it into the Advertiser, who said that they live in New South Wales, heard about what's happening in Bendigo. They live in a community with a mosque just down the road. 60% of their community is Muslim, and it's just a fantastic community, they said in the Advertiser. And from one religion to another, I guess. So just a bit of a summary. Thanks, Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was going to mention police, but you've done that. I was going to mention groundwater, but you've done that. I was going to mention Marilyn Monroe, but you've done that. So I'm going to mention something you won't know about, which tonight we've been successful at the Local Government Professionals Aged and Disability Services Award for Victoria for the most outstanding team contribution for our work on the Home and Community Care Review. So thank you. Congratulations to all the staff that were involved in that. And that'll do me, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Could I have a motion, we've got a confidential report to consider, that the meeting be closed to the public?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll move that the meeting be closed to the public to consider a report in accordance with section 89(2)(d) of the Local Government Act 1989 as amended relating to a contractual matter.
So moved by Councillor Fife, seconded by Councillor Campbell. Those in favour, those against. So we'll take a couple minutes break while the electronic equipment is turned off. Thank you, councillors.